Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, and fellow participants. A very warm welcome to all of you as we gather for day 2 of our international seminar on multifaceted perspectives of gender education, reaching the unreached. I am Jyotis, and alongside my co-anchor Anna, we are privileged to guide you through today's enlightening sessions. Yesterday marked the beginning of our journey toward understanding gender education in its myriad dimensions, and today we delve deeper into transformative perspectives. As we stand here in the hallowed halls of Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla, an institution established in 1957 under the aegis of the Mahatma Syrian Church of Malabar, we are reminded of our motto, Lighted to Lighten. We illuminate the path toward gender equality through education. This seminar represents a remarkable collaboration between three distinguished organizations: our host, Titus II Teachers College, the Council for Educational Administration and Management, CEAM, and the Council for Teacher Education Foundation, CTEF, Kerala State. Together, we embark on this academic endeavor to reach the unreached and address the multifaceted challenges of gender education. Before we proceed with our thematic sessions, let us begin this day with a moment of prayer, seeking divine blessings for meaningful discussions and transformative insights. Let us all rise on our seats and bow our heads in prayer as we invoke the Almighty's guidance for our deliberations today.
There shall be showers of blessing. This is the promise of love. There shall be seasons refreshing, sent from the Savior above. Showers of blessing. Showers of blessing we need. Mercy drops round us are falling, but for the showers we plead. There shall be showers of blessing, precious reviving again. Over the hills and the valleys, sound of abundance of rain. Showers of blessing, showers of blessing we need. Mercy drops round us are falling, but for the showers we plead.
Thank you. May this day bring wisdom, understanding, and renewed commitment to the cause of gender equality in education. As we transition into today's sessions, it's essential to reflect on the valuable insights from yesterday's discussions. We invite Ms. Kripa Ankoshi, B.Ed first year student, to present the report of day 1.
A very warm good morning to one and all. The International Multidisciplinary Seminar on Multifaceted Perspectives on Gender Education, Reaching the Unreached, hosted by Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla, in collaboration with the Council for Education Administration and Management, CEAM, and the Council for Teacher Education Foundation, CTEF, Kerala Chapter, was inaugurated on 16 September 2025 and extends till September 17, 2025. Marking its 5th consecutive year since inception in 2020, this annual event continues to highlight pressing issues surrounding gender education and the empowerment of marginalized communities. The seminar commenced with a vibrant inauguration ceremony, beginning with the invocation of the blessings of the Almighty, prayer song by the college choir. Dr. Suramya Mathai, Assistant Professor and Seminar Coordinator, delivered welcome speech emphasizing the importance of gender education as a crucial topic and the need to reach and empower those on the margins of the society. The presidential address was given by Professor Dr. Nimi Maria Uman, Principal and General Convener, who highlighted the complementary and supplementary nature of genders. She pointed out the multidimensional perspectives of gender, setting the thematic tone for the event. The lamp lighting ceremony was followed by the inaugural address from Dr. V.M. Shashikumar, founder-president of CEAM, who beautifully articulated that gender is a living, breathing reality and reinforced that education must be a right equally enjoyed by all, not a privilege for a few. The keynote address, presented by Dr. M.S. Geeta, former Dean, Faculty of Education, University of Kerala, and National Working President of CEAM, focused on the topic Learning to be a Man, Learning to be a Woman, the Socialization of Gender. Gender socialization is the process by which individuals internalize behavioral roles and expectations defined by their societies. Felicitation remarks were given by Mr. Arun Sedu, the college union chairperson. The inaugural session came to a close with vote of thanks by Mr. Vijay Deebu, one of the student coordinators of the international seminar. The anchors for the day were Ms. Aksa Mariam Varghese and Ms. Meghna Mariam Ani. The inaugural session was succeeded by a series of thematic presentations. Session 1. The session began with a welcome speech by Ms. Sara Susan Prakash, B.Ed first year student, Dr. Bobby Mahanda, Principal, Balarghat B.Ed College, West Bengal. The theme presenter spoke on navigating gender dynamics in education and society. She underscored education as a catalyst for change and addressed gender dynamics, teachers' role as agents of change, and psychological aspects of gender. Ms. Justina Rajesh, B.Ed first year student, delivered the vote of thanks. Session 2. The online session by Dr. Lina Guru, Assistant Professor, Kathmandu University, presented the theme Gender Responsive Pedagogy, Reimagining Education for the 21st Century. She emphasized that gender responsive pedagogy is a necessity rather than a luxury for contemporary education. Session 3. The session opened with the welcome by Ms. Sona Marin Abraham, B.Ed first year student, Professor Dr. Rajeshwari K., Research Head, NVKSD College of Education, Artur, presented the theme SDG 5, Educating for Equality, a multidisciplinary approach to reaching the unreached. The session highlighted the global goal of achieving gender equality in education, advocating for cross-disciplinary strategies. Sister Anjana Joshi, B.Ed first year student, expressed gratitude with vote of thanks. After every theme presentation, participants actively engaged in open discussions and question and answer sessions that provided a platform to exchange ideas, clarify doubts, and share perspectives on gender education. YouTube live streaming of the sessions were done with the assistance of Mr. Rohan John, B.Ed second year student. Paper presentations followed the theme presentations. Paper presentations were conducted in the auditorium and seminar hall. The paper presentations in the auditorium was chaired by Dr. Suramya Mathai, Assistant Professor, and Professor Dr. Mariama Matthew, Head of the MED Department, with the student room managers Ms. Devananda Rajesh, Ms. Ellen Shinu, and Ms. Krishnapriya Rajan. Teacher in charge Dr. Shalini KJ, ensuring smooth proceedings. In the seminar hall, Dr. Betsy Joseph E., Assistant Professor, and Dr. Shoshama Varghese, Associate Professor, MED Department, chaired the session, supported by student room managers Ms. Cinda Ann Matthew, Ms. Trisa Anna Thomas, and Ms. Ranjini R., teacher in charge Ms. Deepa Marian Joshua. The online paper presentations commenced from 6:30 p.m. via Google Meet. Room 1 was chaired by Dr. Shalini KJ, Assistant Professor, with room managers Binit Matthew, Ms. Sneha Inayar, and Ms. Sinu Salilan. Room 2 saw Dr. Mehdi Sindhu, Associate Professor, Karmala Rani Training College, Kollam, in the chair, assisted by student room managers Ms. Hannah Susan Binu, Ms. Arya Anil, and Mr. Roshan Matthew Shaji. A remarkable total of 29 papers were presented on day 1 with more than 100 participants attending in person and online. This event brings together diverse voices committed to expanding access and equity in education, recognizing that gender inclusion is essential for societal progress. As participants explore innovative approaches and confront persistent barriers, this seminar aims to spark meaningful dialogue and practical solutions, ensuring that education in its true universal spirit reaches every corner and every learner. As we move on to day 2 of the seminar, may today be yet another day of inspiration, learning, and fruitful discussions. Wishing everyone a positive and fulfilling day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kripa, for that comprehensive overview. The insights from day 1 have indeed set a strong foundation for today's deeper explorations. Education knows no boundaries, and today we are honored to connect virtually with an international expert who brings global perspectives to our discourse. Dr. Kinley Seden's expertise in educational research and international perspectives on gender education will undoubtedly enrich our understanding. As we bridge geographical distances through technology, we embrace the universal nature of our mission to create inclusive educational environments.
Okay. Good morning. I am currently working as the Dean of Research and Industrial Linkages at Samsi College of Education. And Samsi College of Education is under the Royal University of Bhutan. And my presentation is going to be on promoting gender equality and social inclusion in schools, building on what children what children value and aspire to do and be. And this is a collaborative project between Samsi College of Education, Bhutan, Kathmandu University, Nepal, RDRS, Bangladesh, and this project is being funded and supported by Global Partnership in Education, Knowledge, Innovation Exchange, and IDRC, Canada. This is going to be the outline of my presentation. I'll be touching a little bit on the background and purpose and objective of the project, research questions, methodology, findings, conclusion, and recommendations. So if I share a bit about the background of the project, because this is a project based in 3 countries and we looked through the education document and policies and their education documents, policies and strategic plans aims towards achieving better education outcome, and these documents also document their commitment to promoting gender equity and social inclusion. However, what we observed is when we were looking through these documents, we found out that school level interventions to address gender equity and social inclusion concerns in these countries, particularly those building on children's values and aspirations, are rare in all the 3 countries. Therefore, the purpose of this project is to scale children's valued educational capabilities to address gender equality and social inclusion, and also to create safe school experiences, especially for those children facing overlapping issues of gender inequality and social marginalization. And today I am going to present findings from the baseline report, and the objectives of our baseline report are 2. First one is to evaluate children's assessment of the ability, satisfaction and perceived importance of resources within the school settings, to understand how these contribute to their overall well-being. And then the second objective was to examine children's perception of agency and well-being by focusing on the 16 valued educational capabilities. But whatever I'm going to present here are findings purely from the Bhutanese schools. And if I touch a little bit on the capability approach, because we are using this as an approach to assess children's well-being and to advance JESI in the Bhutanese schools, and also in schools across Bangladesh and Nepal. So why we chose capability approach is, first, according to Crespo and Walker 2007, capability approach, it focuses on individuals' capabilities and the freedom, because our focus is on school children. So we are also focusing on how school children are given the opportunity to build their capabilities and also the freedom. And then secondly, capability also it also provides students with opportunities and resources they need to lead a life they value. And thirdly, capability approach, it emphasizes students' well-being, taking into account factors like autonomy, respect, mental and physical health. And also capability indicators, according to Walker, it focuses on children's flourishing, and we wanted to see, how schools create opportunities for children to flourish. Then Walker's also categorized capability indicators into autonomy, respect, play, emotions, sense, imagination and thought, bodily integrity, mental and physical health, and relationships. And it overall capability approach, it offers a comprehensive evaluation of well-being, gender equity and social inclusion in schools, and it is also a potential approach for action research. And I would like to inform the floor here, ours is a participatory action research. And these are some of the capability indicators that we identified. In the beginning, when we were doing the situational analysis study, we had 21 capability indicators, which were selected based on intensive literature review that we did, extensive literature review that we did, and also by consulting the voices of the stakeholders, which includes both students and teachers. And we also picked those capability indicators which are universal. And when we were rolling out this situational analysis survey to the students and teachers, we asked them to score and grade which capabilities are important to them. And based on that, today we have identified 16 capability indicators, and these are purely based from the teachers and students rating. So these are the capability indicators. We have love and care and respect, and understand, interpret, plan, imagine and think, education, religion and identity, and so on. So the last one is mobility. And the methodology for this project is we are using mix of POWER and service. So POWER means participatory action research, and then participatory action research has 3 phases. First one is participation access, second one is knowledge access, and then the third one is action access. So in the participation access, from the beginning of the project, we have been involving our stakeholders. We have been taking into consideration their voices, and the very reason how we selected the 16 capability is also based on the involvement of all the relevant stakeholders. And based on that, we moved on to the second phases, which is the knowledge access phases. And in this, we were developing the transformative tool, JSI diagnostic transformative tool. This was developed based on the findings from the situational analysis, and we have rolled this out during the baseline report. And whatever I am presenting today is the report from the baseline study. And in the action axis, we also came up with now whatever findings I present, and based on these findings, we also developed activities books, which will be rolled out in schools through the clubs. Like means learning, innovation, knowledge and exchange. We have developed about, together with our lead country, we developed about 28 club activities, and then based on our own context, we came up with 33 activities, and this will be rolled out in the schools to promote gender equality and social inclusion. So therefore our methodology is mix of powers and service. Then these are our research sites. We have identified 5 schools from Samsi Zongkak, which is in the southern part of the country, and then I'll tell you how we identified the schools. So for the participants, we have two teachers and then 40 students for the baseline report. Because the project focuses on gender equality, so we have equal number of male and female teachers and students. So for the teachers, we have selected one male and one female from each school, and for the students we have 20 male and 20 female students across these 5 schools. And the reason for selecting these 5 schools: Kumtu Higher Secondary School, Palterling Higher Secondary School, Tashitang Middle Secondary School, Tendu Central School, and USLC Higher Secondary School, is this. First one is according to UNDP report, gender inequalities exist in southern part of the country, is mostly prevalent in southern part of the country. And the first reason is diverse demographic. In Samsi we have diverse ethnicities residing, for example Hosampa, Adivasis, Ngalong, Shachop, etc. And that's the reason why we chose these schools based on this reason. Then second one is gender stereotype. As I said in the beginning, UNDP report also points that gender stereotypes, gender stigmas and beliefs is quite rampant in the southern part of the country, and that is the reason why we chose this. Second is, when we were choosing the schools, we also considered their location. So we have 3 schools from urban setting and then 2 schools from the rural setting. So we were also considering this rural and urban factor. Then third one is socio-economic status. So when we compare, and then the reports also indicates that the socio-economic status is quite poor in the southern part of the country, and that is another reason. Then we also get gender balance in terms of enrollment in the schools, and we found out that in these 5 schools the number of student enrollment gender parity is quite same, and that is another reason for selecting these 5 schools. Now moving on to the baseline finding, as I said in the beginning, our first objective was to assess the availability, satisfaction and importance of the resources, and these are being rated out of 5 scale. Highly available as 5 and unavailable as 1. And this is an example of the resources. For example, the capability indicators here is education, and then how we try to assess this is through the number of teachers, textbooks, blackboard, and then uniform. The red highlighted ones are the items where we saw gaps. So for example, students were happy with number of teachers available. They were also satisfied, and they also considered teachers as very important. When it comes to blackboard and uniform, again they were they said they are available, they are also satisfied, and they are important. But when it comes to textbook, we saw some gap. For example, students rated availability of textbook out of 5 as 3.77 mean, and for satisfaction they rated 3.80. When it comes to importance, they rated quite high, 4.72. So children do consider textbook as important, but they are dissatisfied with its availability and also satisfactions with the textbook. When it comes to stationery, again we saw a gap. Here they said stationeries are not available with a mean score of 3.7. They are also not really satisfied with a mean score of 3.95. And when it comes to importance, they do say both textbook and stationeries are important. So moving on to the second capability indicator, which is physical health and JSI in curriculum. We were trying to assess this capability through whether there is access to safe and clean drinking water, whether there is access to first aid, and whether there is access to playground. When it comes to clean drinking water and then first aid, children across all the 5 schools said they are available and they are satisfied, and they also consider these aspects as very important. But when we look at availability of the playground, they said playgrounds are available, but when it comes to satisfaction, they were quite not really happy with the rating of 3.71. And they do consider this as important. But how we justify this satisfaction level is during our field visit, we found out that in one of the schools, they don't have any play facilities. For example, they were using the assembly ground in front of their school building as the makeshift playground, and that must be the reason why the satisfaction score for playground is quite low compared to other aspects. So when it comes to capability indicators, bodily integrity and just like in the curriculum, we were also assessing this capability through availability of toilets for girls and boys, then facilities within the toilet, then access to sanitary pads, and then access to disabled friendly infrastructures. So when it comes to separate toilet, children are said there is separate toilet for girls and boys. They are also satisfied, and they said they also consider this important. And at the same time, when it comes to sanitary pads and disabled friendly infrastructure, they said they are available, they are satisfied with those facilities, and then they also consider this as important because the mean score is quite high for this aspect. But however, when it comes to availability of facilities inside the toilet, children rated it very low with a mean score of 3.05, and even the satisfaction level is very low, in fact very low, which is 2.89. Now when we went for field observation and when we interacted with the students, they said there is no water in the toilet. They also said there are no soaps available, and they also said there are no proper bins to dispose of the pad, and that is the reason why they rated this very low. And through our own observation also, we found out there was no water in the toilet, and these facilities were also missing. These cleaning supplies were also missing, and then toilets were really smelling. So this gap was confirmed through our own observation and through our own interaction with the teachers and students. So when it comes to the last capability, social relation, I'm not presenting all the 16 capabilities, but I'm trying to present on those capabilities where we saw gaps. So in social relation, when it comes to, we were trying to assess this through parents teachers meeting, and then also availability of child club, and they were very happy. They said in fact parents teacher meeting is conducted twice annually, and it's quite productive, so they don't have issue with that. But when it comes to availability of child club, students said rated quite low. Although clubs are available, they were not satisfied, and the reason being, they said that there are lots of clubs, and then those clubs that were there in the schools are not operational and not functioning effectively. Therefore, they suggested that if clubs, the number of the clubs available in the schools can be reduced, and those being offered should be offered in a very effective and productive manner. So that's why this score is low, quite low. Now when I move on to the next, which is examining agency, second objective, agency, well-being, freedom, achievement, agency, freedom and achievement. So this is the scale. So we have like are able to, have, choose to, have, chosen. So are able to is well-being, achievement, have is well-being, are able to is well-being, freedom, have is well-being, achievement, choose to is agency, freedom, and have chosen to is agency, achievement. This is a scale, and the first indicator is love, care and respect. And how we try to assess this through the four metrics is we have 4 items. These are: I love my parents, I love my teachers, I love my elders, I love my juniors, I love my friends, and my friends love me, my parents love me, my elders love me, my teachers love me, and my parents love me. So this is, so if you look at well-being, freedom, the scores are quite high. If you look at the total score, it is 45.97 out of 50, and well-being, achievement 43.62, agency freedom 44.77, and agency achievement 45.11. So here well-being achievement, the well-being freedom is quite high, but achievement is 4.362. So this is an indication that they have the freedom, but maybe they are not able to utilize this freedom quite effectively, and that's the reason why the well-being achievement score is quite less. But when it comes to agency freedom, school do provide children with freedom to pursue whatever they want to pursue, and schools also create that supportive, inclusive, and safe learning environment, and that is also the reason why the agency achievement score is quite high, 45.11. So if we move on to education, second indicators, we were trying to assess this through whether children were able to concentrate on their studies, whether they are able to participate in the classroom, whether they are able to participate in the outdoor games, whether they could attend schools every day, whether they could move from one grade level to another, and whether they could study hard, and then whether they could build habits. So there are 7 items in this, and then this is in relation to education, and the subcategory is success. So if you look at the overall score, it is 64.03 well-being freedom, which is quite high. Again, the well-being achievement is little lesser. Maybe the indication is they are given the freedom, but they are not able to utilize it properly. However, on overall, the score is both good for both achievement and freedom. When it comes to agency, again, agency freedom is a little bit lesser, but nonetheless, out of 70, the score is 64.93, which is quite high. So schools do provide that supportive and inclusive learning environment, and as a result, the agency achievement is quite high. Now, when it comes to aspiration, we were trying to assess this through I dream about my future, I think and thought about my future goals and aspirations, then I envision what I would like to be in the future, then I talk about my future plan. And again, the score is quite high. For well-being freedom, 34.99, for well-being achievement, 36.57, and then for agency freedom, 36.69, and for agency achievement, 36.89. So the score is high, and the justification is we also, as part of JSI intervention, we also conducted JSI video competition in the schools involving children from grade 1 to 10. In the earlier, I forgot to say, our participants are from grade 1 to grade 10, and we have selected equal number of children from each grade. So when we are conducting that video invitation, children of grade 1 were able to indicate what they aspire to become in life and why they aspire to become in life. So this justifies the high score under this capability. Then when it comes to physical health, children are very happy with the facilities, except for example, physical health is assessed through whether they are able to participate in physical activities, medical health, health checkup, clean environment, whether they sleep for 10 hours, and the scores are very high, and it's an indication that they have well-being freedom, well-being achievement, agency freedom, agency achievement. They also receive support from the school and also from the home. So that's why it's quite high. But when it comes to participation in the physical activities, even in the first objective, we said the availability of resources was play facilities was rated quite low, and that is because in one schools there was lack of play facilities, and that is the reason why it is also quite low here. Well-being achievement 8.66 and agency achievement 8.62. So when it comes to mobility, this is where we saw issue. So even when we are interacting our children, the children's understanding of mobility is in terms of transportation. But what we are trying to assess is whether they are able to go to school by themselves, whether the school community and community within the school is safe or not, and then whether they visit their friends, whether they stroll around school campus and villages, alone. So this with their friends. So this is what we are trying to assess. But through this, the scale is quite high. But when we interact, their understanding of mobility was mostly based on transportation and not around, movable aspects. And when it comes to freedom from economic and non-economic exploitation, this is another area where we saw gap. Children's understanding of economic and non-economic exploitation is very poor. But however, when we try to assess this through the 4 metrics, they seem to understand. So that's why the score is also quite high. So here, for example, I get information about my legal rights to protect myself from exploitation. Is 9.24 for well-being freedom, for well-being achievement 9.15, agency freedom 9.22, and agency achievement 9.5, which is quite high. So they are aware about that legal rights. Then attend school regularly without asked to miss it for work or household chores. So here the well-being freedom is 8.99, which is quite low. I give more time to study is again rated quite high, except for agency achievement, which is 8.73. Overall, the scores seems quite high, but through the interaction, their understanding of freedom from economic and non-economic exploitation was also quite weak. Now, in conclusion and recommendation, I would like to say, through the baseline report, children reported strong satisfaction in foundational areas such as opportunities to learn, read, infrastructure, emotional security, involvement, and spiritual expression. And structural resources such as classrooms, clubs, and toilets were also found to be insufficient. Therefore, we would like to recommend schools to provide an encouraging foundation for children's well-being, belonging, and capability development. And we would also like to recommend schools to strengthen school infrastructure and shift from access-based education to a model that focuses on capability-led equality of outcomes. So with this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you. If you have any question, I am open to it. Thank you so much for listening to my presentations.
Dr. Kenley Sedan is the Dean of Research and Industrial Relations at Samse College of Education, Bhutan. Her insights remind us that the pursuit of gender equality in education is indeed a global endeavor that transcends borders. Next, we have a panel presentation. We'll wait here. The panel presentation will start soon. As we move forward, we now enter one of the most anticipated segments of our seminar, Session 5, featuring a distinguished panel of experts who will share diverse perspectives on gender education. We kindly request the moderator and our panelists to occupy the seats.
Now I invite Dr. Suramya Mathai ma'am to formally welcome them.
Good morning, all. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you to this panel presentation session of our second day of the seminar, our international seminar, Multifaceted Perspectives of Gender Education, Reaching the Unreached. We are truly honored to have with us Dr. Bindu B., Professor at Mar Theophilus Training College, Thiruvalla, as the moderator of today's session. Dr. Bindu is a distinguished academician with postgraduate degree in different subjects: economics, sociology, history, education, and education management, and a PhD in innovative strategies for teaching economics. She has presented more than 70 papers in national and international seminars, authored several books, and contributed extensively to educational bodies like CEAM, CTEF, and AERO. Her academic contributions to CIET UGC SWAYAM, where she developed 8 e-content modules on economic perspectives of education, further highlight her commitment to innovation in teacher education. We are really privileged to have her today for leading this panel presentation session. On behalf of all assembled here, a hearty welcome to Professor Dr. Bindu B. Joining her are our esteemed panelists, Dr. Sojia John, Associate Professor of Natural Science Education, Mount Tabor Training College, Pathanapuram, an educator with nearly 2 decades of experience, recognized for her contributions in science and environmental education, with numerous publications and awards to her credit. Welcome, Dr. Sojia John, to Titus College and this international seminar. Dr. Biju G., Assistant Professor in the MA Department, Baselius Marthoma Matthews II Training College, Kottarakara, an accomplished teacher educator and researcher with extensive experience in educational leadership, tribal education, and curriculum development, with over 15 research papers and several national and international presentations. Hearty welcome, sir, to our international seminar. Dr. Anu Krishnan R., Principal, PTM College of Teacher Education, Thiruvalla, a dedicated scholar with vast teaching, leadership, and administrative experience in India and abroad, a prolific researcher, and a recipient of several prestigious awards, including the CTEF Best Teacher Educational Award 2023. On behalf of Titus College, CEAM and CTEF, a hearty welcome to sir. Our principal, Professor Dr. Nimmi Maria ma'am, is here. We welcome ma'am to this panel presentation session. A hearty welcome to all the teachers, research scholars, students, and all guests assembled here for the second day of our international seminar. I am sure that the insights of our panelists will surely enrich our understanding of the multiple dimensions of gender education and help us reflect on innovative ways to reach the unreached. On behalf of the organizing committee, I warmly welcome all of you to this panel presentation session once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Suramya ma'am. This diverse panel represents the multifaceted approach we need to address gender education comprehensively. Professor Dr. Bindu B, please take the stage to moderate this session.
Respected dignitaries of this August Assembly, Principal, Dr. Nimi teacher, Mariamma teacher, faculty members of this institution, organizing committee members, and dear scholars. I am happy for inviting me to this August Assembly, and I am thankful to the organizers to be a part of this international seminar on multifaceted perspectives on gender education reaching the unreached. As we know, the present age, women occupy almost half of the population of the world, and they are the pivot of the around which the families resolve. Hence, for sustainable development of society, the empowerment of women is one of the most important steps. What it meant by empowerment is equipping women to be economically independent, self-reliant, and have positive esteem to enable them to face any difficult situation, and they should be able to participate in the development process. With this view in mind, our constitution framers were very much conscious of this, and the principle of gender equality is enshrined in the Indian Constitution in its preamble, fundamental duties, and also the directive principles. We have also a special ministry for women and child development, which was established as a department of the Ministry of Human Resource Development in 1985 to drive the holistic development of women and children in the country. And the international scenario also, several attempts are made by United Nations organizations with an intention for peace and prosperity for the people and planet. The sustainable development recognizes the economic, social, and environmental dimensions of human life on earth. Still, there happens to be certain gap in the case of gender issues, and this can be eradicated only through education, which could act as it is a cementing force in many ways to strengthen the people of the country. And we can definitely say that education is the best tool for empowerment. Today we have with us three eminent speakers focusing on various aspects of the what, why, and how of this education. And first we have Dr. Sojia John, Associate Professor, Mount Tabor Training College, Patanapuram, on the topic classroom transaction in relation to gender issues. She is Associate Professor having a couple of decades experience in teaching and has held many positions including NSS Program Officer, Coordinator of Extension, Biodiversity Club, Alumni Association, etc. And she has proved her brilliance in both academics and social commitment throughout these years. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sojia John, a renowned expert, to our panel discussion today. With 20 years of experience and wealth of knowledge in teacher education, she has made significant contribution to the field with n number of public research publications. We are honored to have you here and eager to hear from you. One by one. Okay. So now I invite Dr. Sojia John for her presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning to all. At the outset, let me thank Dr. Bindu teacher for the nice words about me. Respected chair, co-panelists, distinguished resource persons, principal and faculty of this college, and my dear participants. Today, the topic for my presentation is classroom transaction in relation to gender issues. So, in front of me, majority of the participants I could identify are under the category of teacher educators and prospective teachers or prospective teacher educators. So it become relevant to discuss some ideas or facts regarding the gender issues in the context of our classroom transaction. So as we know, classrooms are not just spaces for academic learning only. They are miniature societies from which we learn several social values, attitudes, and also power dynamics. So, we learn those values either consciously or unconsciously. Among these dynamics, I should say gender plays a pivotal role in shaping how students experience education. Next slide. So, first we look on to classroom transaction. So, classroom transaction, as we all know, it refers to the dynamic interaction between teachers and students, including teaching methods, classroom communication, and assessment. And all these interactions often reflect societal structures, that is, including gender roles and expectations. So, in this presentation, we will explore how classroom transaction between teachers, students, and the curriculum can reflect and sometimes perpetuate gender inequalities among our students. Also, we will discuss some strategies for creating gender sensitive and inclusive classroom, which we aim or which is the prime learning outcome which our seminar aims to achieve. So, the rationale of my presentation lies within that understanding how gender shapes classroom practices is very essential in creating equitable and inclusive learning environments. Next slide. So we know our classroom is multi in nature in the sense that it is multi-caste, multi-religious, and multi-dimensional in nature. Why we say it is multi? Since classroom consists of learners who belong to diverse ethnic, cultural, linguistic, and socio-economic backgrounds, including children with special needs. And I should stress gender cut across all these categories at various levels. Next slide, please. So, first, let us examine some of the gender issues in education, existing gender issues in education. So we know education is often seen as a key tool for promoting equality and social justice. However, despite over many years, we experience gender issues as a global concern in all our classrooms. Then, what do you mean by gender issues? Gender issues in education refer to the various ways in which learners may face discrimination, bias, or unequal treatment based on their gender. So, some of the gender issues which we often identify in our classroom lies within the four categories. That is, first one, unequal opportunities for participation and expression. So, in many classrooms, we too have experienced that when we consider boys and girls, and there is a third gender, transgender too, are not given equal opportunities to speak, lead, or participate actively in many activities. Teachers may intentionally or unintentionally give importance to either which gender I am not saying, but they live. So, all these limits either created intentionally or unintentionally, that will be limit students' confidence, self-expression, and also some of their traditional roles have been continued years after years in our classrooms. So, That is the first one, unequal opportunities for participation and expression. Second one, stereotyping in curriculum content and teaching materials. There also our textbooks and also learning resources often reflect and reinforce some traditional gender roles. Still now, portraying men as active professional roles and women in a passive and also in a domestic ones. Even several visuals we can highlight. Women they will be in the kitchen. In advertisements we could experience. In advertisements you can experience several only the women tasting food or cooking food in advertisements of curry powder or anything such like that. So this is what is meant by stereotyping. So textbooks also show several images of male doctors, engineers, scientists, where women are being portrayed as teachers, nurses, or caregivers. So, and also many stories when we take, the males are being portrayed as something brave. We can associate many qualities special to male and also special to female. So this is being transacted to our students through the learning materials. That is the stereotyping in curriculum content and teaching materials. Next comes the implicit teacher bias in behavior, praise or academic expectations. That too we often experience in our classroom. That is, teachers may unconsciously treat students differently based on gender, offering more encouragement, attention or constructive feedback to one gender over another. So I think when I say this, you all may be thinking about your experiences. So these biases also affect students' academic performance and also their self-belief. And the last one, limited recognition of non-binary and transgender students. So still now we often consider both male and female. Only the binary concept is being considered, while we are not giving recognition to the non-binary or the transgender students. So often all the schools operate within a strict binary gender aspect, ignoring the needs and identities of non-binary, that is our transgender students. So this lack of recognition can lead to exclusion, discomfort, etc. Even seating arrangements for them are also, we always divide them boys and girls, isn't it? So this may be something, an inferiority feeling for the third gender. So next slide. So all these gender issues still, they are still the concerns of our education system. So it is high time that we should rouse ourselves. So the need of the hour is to make the curriculum transaction gender sensitive. So next slide. Even when we analyze our curriculum and policy recommendations too, they will also, that is our national curriculum frameworks all through the years, then latest NEP 2020 and global frameworks like SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, all promote gender inclusion. And they always recommend for gender sensitive textbooks. They offer gender equity training for educators. They ensure, they are highlighting that schools should ensure infrastructure supports for all genders. And finally, gender audit of school practices, it can be a useful tool. So among these four aspects, we will be highlighting about the gender audit, since it is being done by the teacher. My paper is being specifically related to classroom transaction. So who will do the gender audit, or how gender audit can be done in our classrooms? Next slide. What do you mean by gender auditing? So gender auditing means it involves the process whereby teacher can examine the type of disparities that exist between boys and girls and analyze how they are constructed through curriculum transaction. It always helps in understanding. So every teacher can do this
gender auditing. So it helps in understanding the gender-related gaps between boys and girls in the classroom in terms of construction of knowledge and through hidden curriculum. So how gender auditing can be done. So gender auditing, for simply we can do gender auditing by raising some questions about or finding the answers to some questions like, let us analyze some of the questions. Do our classrooms have only one monitor in the class, either a girl or a boy? Does she or he, here it means the teacher, provides opportunities to both girls and boys to participate in all type of activities? Does the teacher segregate girls, boys or transgenders in the classroom? That is, we always insist girls to sit on one side and boys to sit on the other side. So another one is during group activities. See, now in the constructive framework, we always insist our students to do or do the teaching learning process by conducting some group activities. So there also students make several types of groups. There also we see boys are in one or two groups, girls are in one, instead of a mixed gender grouping, so that we can analyze. Then, does the teacher organize activities to counter negative stereotypes about boys and girls? Does the teacher perpetuates traditional behavior in classroom like calling on boys first when the attendance is being called, encouraging interruptions, argumentations and other traditionally male behaviors are being perpetuated or not? Then, does the teacher follow a different pattern of rewards and punishment for boys and girls? Does the school encourage both boys and girls to express their opinions, needs and concerns freely? So all these are some of the questions which comes under the gender auditing that a teacher can practice or find solutions while analyzing the gender issues with respect to a classroom transaction process. And the last one, I again repeat, gender auditing helps in understanding the gender related gaps between boys and girls in the classroom in terms of construction of knowledge and through hidden curriculum. So all courses we have a formal curriculum, at the same time there is a hidden curriculum. So when we analyze any formal curriculum, we cannot see any instances of disparities or gender inequalities written in any formal curriculum. But all these disparities are being transferred through the hidden curriculum. So what is hidden curriculum? I think as B.Ed and M.Ed students, you are all familiar with hidden curriculum. It is something unintentional, unofficial. That is, we often associate hidden curriculum with various types of interactions, isn't it? Maybe a part of formal course, but the interaction of the students with peers, teachers or other adults, how they perceive different people based on class, race, religion or gender. It includes learning that takes place within and outside the classroom in an unintended manner. It also includes what ideas and behaviors students feel as acceptable or unacceptable. It is usually unacknowledged. Hidden curriculum is something not being assessed in our formal curriculum. So, hidden curriculum, I should say, it serves as the main medium of transferring these gender disparities generation after generation. The reason for that is the formal curriculum apparently does not discriminate between boys and girls. The curriculum is for the all. But the hidden curriculum reinforces some of the stereotypes or the notion of gender identity through the process of gender socialization. Next slide. Then another aspect I have to discuss is that integrating gender concerns in transaction of various disciplines. We know that through the transaction, in the transaction, various subjects are the medium, either languages or science subjects. So languages plays an important role in the gender transaction process. We know language includes several illustrations, visual aids, which forms an important role in the construction of knowledge by the learner. So always the teacher should follow a gender fair language. But we know as part of our tradition, we often give importance to some stereotypes. That is, we are not using any gender neutral language. For example, all majority are being related with mankind, some male dominated aspects. But we can use several other alternatives like humanity, human beings. So that problem can be solved. Another one is the generic use of masculine nouns, that is man, policeman. Even though it is a lady, we often call them chairman. So there also we must highlight the gender inclusive and gender neutral terms. Mr., Miss, Mrs. Often I should say my name also we should say. We always get associated with our father's name instead of our mother or anything like that. So all here we can experience, or it is being transferred generation after generation. The next one, integrating gender concerns in our teaching of social science. We know social science. Through social science, we respect diversity in terms of we learn about gender, religion, region, class, democracy, autocracy, all topics we learn. But still, we know while learning about civilizations or freedom movements, we still follow a add and stir approach. One or two prominent women leaders, only details about it has been given in our textbook. So there all the teacher can interfere. How a teacher can interfere? He or she can. Once the textbook is prepared, it will last for either 5 or 10 years. But we can make it gender sensitive. How? We can include some local leaders or environmentalists representing the women category. Then next comes through integrating gender through teaching of mathematics. So maths often, it is a common myth that mathematics subject is not suitable for girls and teaching does not have scope for gender discrimination. And so there also we can highlight several aspects, that is dignity of work in all walks of life be reflected through exercise, projecting computation of time, labor and energy consumed at each job. And also we should reinforce growing participatory role of women or girls in all walks of life, such as women as managers, traders, entrepreneurs, pilots, scientists, mathematicians, etc. And also next one, through science. So through science also, women have historically made several contributions to our science and technology. But it is a sad thing that many of have not been documented well. So still there also we could, or we always say that the contributions of those women are being hidden from history. So still there is a male domination with regard to when we consider the scientists or technologists, something related to that. And often science is considered as something to remove the issues regarded to caste, religion, superstitious, etc. But still we always hear some instances with regard to gender issues. And even biology, I could say, there are several chapters, something dealing with, when we consider gender, it is something socially determined. But biological differences is being considered as what we say sex. So all the biological differences, study about our body, various organisms, difference between individuals, all are being dealt in the biology topics. But still there is a taboo that always in the high school portion there is a topic, reproductive health, some chapters regarding. But never a teacher teach it in its true sense. They will be waiting for our student trainees to reach and teach those portions. So all these are still continuing. in our education system. Next slide. So here comes the role of the teacher. So I should say teachers are role models and also they are the gatekeepers of inclusive education. So for that, first the teacher herself or himself reflect on one's own gender bias. Since we have been grown as a result of some socialization process, so we are having some gender biases and never transfer that biases to our classrooms or to our children. Then always use neutral or inclusive language. Encourage all students equally in all subjects. In many cases, that is in our latest STEM and all, always the women students lack confidence in taking several courses. So that is also there, brought up has been like that. Then encourage group activities are in terms of gender. Then we should always prefer for a participatory classroom. So we know several modern instructional strategies and also the latest constructivist theory all prefer for some participatory classroom activities. Their gender is not a topic of concern. So mixed gender groups are actively constructing knowledge through several cooperative learning strategies like circle learning, think, pair, share, cooperative learning and collaborative learning techniques, etc. And also above all, teacher is a counselor. Teacher should serve as a counselor. So we know teacher can either, besides the role of a teacher as a knowledge giver, he or she needs to be a facilitator of knowledge and act as a counselor for overall development of the students. Both boys and girls face challenges, problems and difficulties in their lives. But the girl child face more challenges. Why? Because due to some societal expectations and she being a girl, always from the childhood we always say you are a girl. So teacher should act as a counselor to guide both girls and boys for their social and psychological development. For this, the teacher can take several activities in the classroom transaction process. Next slide. So some of the strategies for gender sensitive classrooms, that is rotate leadership roles among all. So here also in classroom we have assigned some roles to boys, some roles to girls. Receiving the chief guest, giving the bouquet, all we assign to but technical, then something really regarded with the operation of LCD, moving of the furniture, etc. we all prefer to next gender. So we can rotate leadership roles among genders. As I said earlier, mixed gender group working can be practiced. Then encourage students to question various stereotypes. Existing stereotypes, debates and discussions can be conducted over the exam. Even now in paper and also in social media, several newses are being arising with regard to dowry, isn't it? With regard to casteism, etc. So as we can adopt some pedagogy like critical pedagogy, then we can conduct some debate or discussion, or through that we can question the existing stereotype or the traditional beliefs. Then use inclusive examples in lessons. Always, as I earlier said, we should use both in a balanced way. Both professions, men and women. Say students instead of boys and girls. Okay. Then, and the last one, celebrate achievement of all students regardless of gender norms. Next slide. Even we dream for a gender sensitive classroom, there exist some challenges. That is, first one, cultural resistance. That is, teachers or parents may always hold traditional beliefs. Lack of training. Teachers may be unaware of gender dynamics. Then, as already I said, hidden curriculum. So there is a belief that formal curriculum has to be corrected, whereas hidden curriculum need not be corrected. So that should be avoided, and also resource constraints. So next slide. We always look forward some equitable classroom and Finally, all our equitable classroom may lead to an equitable society. To conclude, next slide. Classroom transactions are a mirror of societal gender norms. Teachers and teacher educators play a critical role in either reinforcing or dismantling these norms. So, promote equity in classroom interaction, empower all students to learn and express freely, foster a gender education just system. Then a call to action to all my friends, that is, let us teach beyond gender. So let me conclude with a video. So that is a gender neutral game, which is not nowadays we cannot see that game in our classrooms. Thank you very much. We often find Thank you, Dr. Sogia John, for the fruitful session on classroom transaction in relation to gender issues. And she has highlighted on classroom transaction and that as the classroom being the miniature of society, she explored how gender shapes classroom practices and also the need for equitable and inclusive learning environment. And she focused on gender issues in education with regard to Indian situation. As we know, there is vast difference between generations in various dimensions, which may be regional, social, and various economic groups. This unequal platform may be due to the treatment that is being provided in our classrooms and society and the way in which we showcase our women. And she called upon for gender sensitive curriculum and the interventions that the government and other machinery must adopt with innovative strategies like gender auditing to overcome the situation and also the powers of hidden curriculum, that we should admit the various powers of various disciplines such as language, social science, mathematics and science one by one. The panacea she advocated as participatory classroom being and also the depend on the role of teacher. I think these strategies for gender sensitive classroom you pointed out are quite worth, and let us march towards equitable classroom and equitable society. And so in this analysis and practical suggestions, she highlighted on the importance of creating an inclusive learning environment that addresses gender biases and promotes equality. We appreciate your expertise and commitment to foster a more equitable education setting. And I am really thankful for the valuable discussion and reflection you made upon the same. Thank you. And next, Biju sir.
Next, we have Dr. Bijuji, a blooming figure in academia with more than 15 years of experience in teacher training colleges and serving prestigious institutions like IGNOU and various other organizations. He has published more than 15 research papers. How I came to know him is through his exceptional research work related to tribal secondary school students. I think our department witnessed a brilliant academic exercise on the day of his open defense. And let us give a warm welcome to Dr. Bijuji, whose outstanding research work has made a significant impact in the field of teacher education. His dedication and expertise was truly evident. We are excited to hear from you, sir. Thank you. Welcome you, sir.
Good morning, respected Principal Nimi ma'am, MD HOD Mariama teacher, panel members, panel moderator Bindu B, Dr. Bindu B, Sojia ma'am, Anu Krishnan sir, and all other faculty members of Titus II Teachers College, and my dear students. I am so happy to stand here because I am getting this opportunity after submitting my PhD or after awarding my PhD degree, and this is my first public platform to express my ideas about gender equality. And so thankful to the faculty members as well as the administrative wing of Titus College of Teacher Education. And today, as a panelist, I like to speak something about sustainable development goals. And before entering to this topic, I would like to pose a question to you. You should answer. You should have different answers. You should find answers in your mind. No need to express the answers or no need to give the answers to me. And my question is, what kind of world do we want to leave behind in 2030? And you should think about that particular thing. And you have to you have different answers for different dimensions, and you are having different answers to this question. And our authorities or government authorities or the world tries to answer this question. And the most important answers are, we are living, or we have to, or we should reach a world with universal literacy. After 2030, we are getting to a stage of universal literacy, and after that, we should have a world free from fear and violence. And that is, Sustainable Development Goals gives more importance to freedom from fear and violence. And they are giving more importance to peace and prosperity, because it is considering all the peoples as equal. There is no specific genders, and there is no importance to specific genders, and they are considering, and the world is going to consider all the people as, or all the human beings as, all the people as human beings. And therefore, we have a world with equitable and universal access to quality education. Without any gender discrimination, we are getting, the world is going to get, or all the human beings are going to get universal education at all levels. And therefore, we are living a world, or we should dream, or we are living a world of gender equality and getting equal status to both the genders, or all the genders. We are not considering both the genders, and we are considering all the genders, because we are having different kinds of genders, like as OGM is explained, we are having transgenders, gender non-conformist, and binary genders, and non-binary genders, and different categories are there. And there are a lot of government approved genders, and we should give more importance to all these genders and all these genders as equal. And therefore, so in 2015, 193 nations participated, and they come together to adopt a blueprint of peace and prosperity, and that blueprint is called Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. As in short, we say that we should express them as SDGs, and we are having a lot of SDG, or Sustainable Development Goals, and it is adopted in 2015 as a universal collaboration to achieve peace and prosperity for all by the year of 2030. And we are having MDGs and Millennium Development Goals. And this Millennium Development Goal is always giving importance to lifting and developing countries out of poverty. And therefore, the Sustainable Development Goals mainly focus on our own need to transform unsustainable lifestyles, promote equality, human rights, as well as justice to the world. And there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals. As we all know that there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and there is no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, then quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, then affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, then responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, then life on land, peace and justice, strong institutions, partnerships for the goals. And among these, the fifth Sustainable Development Goal, gender equality plays, it has more importance. It plays a very important role in the society because we are living in a true and real society, and we are having a lot of opportunities to interact with the different kinds of genders, and therefore we should also always maintain gender equality. And gender equality, that is the fifth Sustainable Development Goal. It means that women and girls everywhere must have equal rights and opportunities and be able to live free of violence as well as discrimination, because in our society a lot of women and a lot of girls are having experiencing violences as well as discrimination in the society, and therefore we have to give more importance, and we have to give importance to live free of violence as well as free of discrimination. And that is women's equality and empowerment is one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but also integral to all dimensions of inclusive and sustainable development. So all Sustainable Development Goals depend on the achievement of this Sustainable Development Goal 5, because we should treat all the individuals or all the human beings as equal. It gives more importance, and it gets more importance. And there are certain targets of SDG 5, and the targets include end discrimination against women and girls, end all violence against and exploitation of women and girls, eliminate forced marriages and genital mutilation, value unpaid care and promote shared domestic responsibilities, ensure full participation in leadership and decision making process. It is one of the most important aspects, and women and girls are have to get more importance to get leadership training, as well as they have to participate in the decision making process in the society, and universal access to reproductive health and reproductive rights, and equal rights to economic resources, prosperity, ownership and financial services, promote empowerment of women through technology, adopt and strengthen policies and enforceable legislation for gender equality. And these are the major target goals of Sustainable Development Goal and the fifth Sustainable Development Goal. And there are certain facts and figures, and the UNDP published certain facts and figures about gender equality, and it clearly shows that in our society nowadays gender equality is currently existing. And the first fact is that 77 cents, that is women earn only 77 cents for every dollar that man go to the same work. You have to convert the cents to rupees and dollars. And the next concept is 1 in 3, that is 35% of women have experienced physical or sexual violences, and this is a report of UNDP. And next concept is 24%, that is only 25% national parliamentarians were women as of 2018, a small increase from 1995, that is only 11.3%. And 2 out of 3, next concept is 2 out of 3, that is 2/3 of developing countries have achieved gender parity in primary education. And the next concept is 750 million, almost 750 million women and girls alive today were married before their 18th birthday. It's a tragic factor. As I experienced in my research study, as teacher said that my research is related to tribal education, I visited certain tribal areas and tribal schools and had communicated with a lot of tribal students and teachers. Unfortunately, some of the schools are, some of the girls are stopping their education at the age of 12 or 13. They're not getting proper education because they said that they have to follow their customs and they have to follow their customary practices and traditions. They're not giving importance to education. Therefore, after 14 or 15 years, even though a marriageable age is 18 years, they are getting married even in 12 or 13 years. It's a tragic factor in the society. And the next concept is 13%, that is women represent just 13% of agricultural land holders. And these are the fact and figures related to gender equality, and this is a report of UNDP. This report is provided by UNDP and the report of UN on gender equality. I like to express some other facts related to gender equality. And the first fact is, according to the UN Gender Equality Index, India has one of the worst gender differentials of any country, ranking 132 out of 143 nations, worse than Pakistan and Bangladesh in the past years. And the next fact is, UNDP has made gender equality central to its work, and we have seen remarkable progress in the past 20 years. We are having a lot of progress or a lot of changes in the past 20 years. And there are more girls in school now compared to 15 years ago, and most regions have reached gender parity in primary education, because we are giving our society, modern society is giving so much importance to the education, so much importance to education as well as education for girls, but some sections are not giving that much importance. And but although there are more women than ever in the labor market, there are still large inequalities in some regions, with women systematically denied the same work rights as women. It's one of the most important factor. Even though the same work is doing by men and women, women are underpaid, and that is one of the most important fact existing in the professional field also. And sexual violence and exploitation, unequal division of unpaid care and domestic work, and discrimination in public office all remain huge barriers for getting gender equality. And all these are nowadays itself, they are acting as a huge barriers, and they are creating certain obstacles in the path of gender equality. And next one is, climate change and disasters continue to have a disproportionate effect on women and children, as do conflict, and they are getting migrated to some other areas. And ending all discrimination against women and girls is not only a basic human right, it's crucial for sustainable future. Gender equality is very much essential for sustainable future, and it is proven that empowering women and girls helps economic growth and education. The women and the girls are getting educated, we are getting a lot of economic growth, and labor market is increasing, and we are changing the country as from the status of developing to the developed nation, because the girls and women are getting more educated. And today there are more women in public office than ever before, but encouraging more women leaders will help achieve greater gender equality. And therefore gender equality is having a lot of importance in the present day. And I would like to convey certain key components to achieve gender equality. And the key components include positively rebuilding norms, values, and attitudes. We have to form certain norms, rules, and regulations, and we have to develop certain values, and we have to develop certain attitude towards the gender equality, etc. And increasing awareness and education about the cost of gender equality and the hidden ways that is adversely affect everyone in the society. We have to develop, or we have to provide certain awareness on gender equality and gender related aspects, etc. And reviewing and amending laws and policies to be equitable and inclusive. We are having certain equitable rules and regulations, and we are having certain inclusive aspects and inclusive concepts, even though these are existing. Inclusive, equitable aspects are existing even in the classrooms. We are having, even some teachers are having certain they are showing certain inequalities between boys and girls, and therefore teachers are getting modified, as well as the classrooms are getting modified. And reviewing and amending laws and policies to be equitable and inclusive. That is, next concept is transforming institutions and institutional practices. As CEAM has already said, that classroom practices are there, and we have to reform, or we have to transform different kinds of institutions and classrooms, and we have to develop certain institutional practices and that perpetuate gender-based power structures. and discrimination and barrier, including everything from hiring practices, educational curricula to decision-making processes at national and at local community level, and breaking down gendered division of labor that dictates what it appropriate for women, men, boys and girls to do. And therefore, we have certain key components. We have to practice these components related to gender equality, and we have to develop these aspects in relation to our classroom students, etc. And another concept I would like to express is gender mainstreaming. As a result of gender equality and gender differences are there, we have to mainstream genders. And that is, gender mainstreaming means it's a process of ensuring that men and women have equal access and equal control over resources, developmental benefits and decision making at all stages of development process and in the context of development programs and policies. We are developing certain programs and policies, and we are developing certain rules and regulations, and girls and women have to get proper opportunities to involve in that particular aspects. And mainstreaming, say gender perspective, is the process of assessing the implications of women and men of any planned action, including legislation, policies, programs in all areas at all levels. Or it is a strategy for making the concerns and experience of both men and women as an integral dimension of the design, implementation, monitoring and evaluation of policies and programs in all political, economic and societal spheres so that men and women benefit equally. And the ultimate aim is to achieve gender equality, and this concept is put forward by United Nations Economic and Social Council resolution in the year of 1997. And there are certain principles related to gender mainstreaming. You have to identify that, you have to understand, make an awareness about these principles. And the first principle is apply a gender lens. We have to develop, or we have to apply a gender lens to existing structures, existing processes, as well as existing culture. We have to go through the existing structure of the gender bias, etc. And recognize needs and interests of women and men. Girls and boys are different and equal. And women and men work together to rebalance access and control over resources and power. And political will support a commitment from the top to lead and authorize this process. And ownership and commitment by all stakeholders necessary for gender mainstreaming, and gender advisor or a gender advisor team to support and promote the gender skills and approaches, but overall responsibility for gender mainstreaming and implementation lies with all staff. And all the staff members in different institutions and different schools involved in the implementation need to be gender aware as well as gender sensitive. And lastly, I would like to express the current status of SDG 5. And the current status is, the present status of Sustainable Development Goal 5 indicate the world is not on track to achieve gender equality by 2030 with slow and uneven progress across regions and targets. We developed, we make a decision. The world is made a decision to reach the level of gender equality by the year of 2030, but that process is very slow, as well as it is not realized. It will not be realized in the year of 2030. And the key challenges include women's unequal burden of unpaid care work, low representation in leadership, persistent violence against women and discriminatory laws are there. While some program is seen in areas like political representation, the current pace or the current speed suggests that it will take centuries to close major gaps in legal protections and leaderships, requiring immediate and radical action to accelerate progress towards the society to be a gender sensitive or gender equal society. And the world needs immediate and radical action to accelerate progress towards gender equality. Otherwise, we will not reach the stage of gender equality. It takes a lot of time. And significant investment in programs and policies that support women and girls is crucial. Addressing the financial gaps and ensuring resources are available for gender equality initiatives is essential for achieving the SDG 5. And this is the current status. And so we have to go to a lot of distance, or we have to develop a lot of policies and programs, and we have to strengthen, or we have to empower our girls and women even in the classroom itself. As I said that gender, we are always talking about gender equality, but we understood that equality has no gender. We are always talking about, or always discussing about gender equality, and this equality is having no gender. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Biju Ji, for your enlightening presentation on Sustainable Development Goals. And he focused on the world with universal education without any discrimination, how the idea of Sustainable Development Goals was conceived, and gave a clear idea about the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and strictly focused on the fifth goal of gender equality, which can be treated as a foundation or a base platform on which other goals may sustain. The facts and figures about gender equality was brought to light, and he shared his own experience as a research scholar, what the exact condition of girls in the tribal society and the various fields where there happens to be women discrimination, and pointed out the strategies how to overcome this and build up gender equality through various value-oriented measures, awareness programs, formulating rules and regulation, and also the transformation practices that we need to adopt in our society. He clearly pointed out gender mainstreaming as the ultimate means to achieve gender equality, and how we have to move and the pace with which we have to accelerate to achieve these goals, to fill the existing gaps. And so your expertise and passion were truly inspiring, and your insights provide valuable perspectives on achieving this critical goal. We appreciate the time you took to share your knowledge with us and spark meaningful discussion. I am sure this will help in raising awareness and motivating action towards a more equitable future. Thank you for being a champion of gender equality and for inspiring us with your words towards a world where everyone has equal opportunities. Thank you very much. And the last presentation, we have Dr. Anu Krishnan, an expert in the field of education. He is highly competent in technology and very passionate in literature with more than 25 years of experience in teacher education. He is a resource person for various governmental and non-governmental organizations. He is now principal of PTM College of Teacher Education, Thiruvalla. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Anu Krishnan, a visionary leader known for his exceptional administrative capacity and unwavering commitment to educational excellence. Under his guidance, the college has remarkable growth and success, especially in the recent NAAC accreditation process. We are honored to have him share his insight and expertise with us today. The topic for presentation is Teacher as an Agent of Change in the Context of Gender and Society. Welcome, sir.
So good morning to one and all present here. രാവിലെ ഒരു ഗുഡ് മോർണിംഗ് പറഞ്ഞാൽ തിരിച്ച് ഗുഡ് മോർണിംഗ് പറയുക എന്നുള്ളത് അധ്യാപകരാവാൻ പോകുന്നവർക്കും അധ്യാപകർക്കും ഉള്ളൊരു ക്വാളിറ്റി ആയിട്ടാണ് നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത്. സോ ഗുഡ് മോർണിംഗ് ടു വൺ ആൻഡ് ഓൾ പ്രസൻറ്റ് ഹിയർ. ഗുഡ് മോർണിംഗ്, വെരി ഗുഡ് മോർണിംഗ്. So most respected Nimmi teacher, most respected Professor Dr. Bindu B teacher, most respected Dr. Soja John teacher, most respected Dr. Biju sir, and most respected Mariama Matthew teacher, and most respected other teachers of this college, most respected teachers, those that come from other colleges, and students and non-teaching staffs of Titus Teachers Second College. So the two presenters earlier before me had talked about gender equality, but I have to say that gender inequality is there. So inequality leads to equality, isn't it? So I start with the quotation, the words by, can anybody say whose words is this? I think I will come forward. So I had put some it's a poetry. Can anybody? You can tell anything. Tagore, yes, Rabindranath Tagore. Then any other answer? APJ Abdul Kalam. Any other answer? So the correct answer is Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. So he said these words in the UN General. So what he said, when there is an order in the nation, there is peace in the world. So that is the last. Actually, this is written 3,000 years before in the Tamil literature, Tirukural. And he said this in UN. So there lies the equality and harmony in our home, in our nation, in our heart. So if we had a pure heart, there should not be inequality in anywhere. So this is my topic, because in the Sustainable Development Goal 5, we had said that everybody should be equal. So how? And who is responsible for that? And the recent study shows that by 2030, it is very difficult to attain that goal. Why? Who is responsible for that? I think the only person responsible is teacher, isn't it? And our Soja ma'am shows a video. The last, you can see that in the earlier stage, the students are playing with their friends. What about the students who are coming at the age of 13, 14, 15? And how many of you teachers are ready to sit if a transgender enters into the room? Where will he or she be able to sit? Do you think of that? We all are talking about women, men, and now it is the age for transgenders. So where is his position? So teacher is an agent of change in the context of gender and society. So teachers are responsible for that. Whatever the changes happened in the world, it is all because of teachers. So with this, as I am posting you some major personalities, you just identify. And if you identify the person, if it is right, you will get a prize. You can stand up and say, no problem. Anyway, no answer is coming. Who is this? Yes, now answer is there. These are all famous psychologists. Sigmund Freud, yes, very good. Now, actually, you can tell any answer. If the answer is right or wrong, that is not my concern. Then who is this? Anyway, no problem. Kurt Lewin, isn't it? Yes. Next. These are all male personalities. The curriculum is posing all these things, isn't it? All of you know, no problem. Then next, these are some of the things I am posing before. What is the importance of today? September 17, India സംബന്ധിച്ച് വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു ദിവസമാണ്. Anyway, majority are male, so female is there, everybody is there. We are all teachers, isn't it? And we are talking about this gender multifaceted thing. Importance of today is this. How many of you are aware of this? Okay. Now you got an awareness. What is the importance of today? National Day, what is the importance of today? Okay. So, Healthy Woman, Strong Family campaign. This is launching in Hyderabad today. So these are the things the government is doing to achieve Sustainable Development Goal number 5. So today, teacher works not only as a transmitter of knowledge, but gives priority to social setting and social issues in academic context. So look, this is now the last shows is an AI teacher. Is an AI teacher dealing with the student. The name of the teacher is Iris. AI teacher. Then where is AI mail is there? AI mail has come at no. AI teacher has come. AI male teacher has come. No. Then whose condition is deteriorating? Male teacher's condition is deteriorating. Then again inequality is coming. We are talking about equality, again inequality is coming, isn't it? So next. These are all facts, real facts. Then the influence of teachers on gender related issues has been reflected on students' outcome. So the Soju teacher has told about the importance of clubbing the class, isn't it? And grouping the students. While we are doing these things, the outcome is changing. But we teachers are fear to mingle the students. When come to 9th standard, 10th standard, and when in the college level, the teachers are fearing to mingle boys and girls. If a boy and a girl is sitting in a general class, the perception is being different. Why? Because we have come from that level. The drawback of educational system is lies there, isn't it? We had follow the 19th century curriculum, isn't it? Then this curriculum was again refined in the 20th century. And how many of the curriculum refiners are thinking about past 10 years? So after 10 years, what will happen? Isn't it? So while these are all some of the aspects we have to think if we want to need equality in this sector, in this Sustainable Development 5. Anyway, this is promoting in the classroom. So here we can see teachers' behavior and attitudes create gender sensitivity in the classroom. How many of you call a teacher, purely teacher? I heard a madam, isn't it? When sir enters, it is sir. But sir or teacher, it should be a teacher. When we go to a hospital, when somebody call the doctor, we call only doctor. Lawyer. But teacher, madam, isn't it? Teacher should be his name as teacher. Then only that dignity will get, and we will promote that. So these are the things we are preaching, but actually in actual practice it is not. So practicing is the thing we have to maintain. So here two persons are there, isn't it? So this is actual classroom things we have to be in the modern era. So to minimize these gender issues, we need to start changing the mindset of younger generation of society, as they are those who can bring future change in society with their innovative ideas, thoughts and practices. So mindset is different. So we have to change our mindset. But while we changing the mindset, we have to take into consideration about the social aspects also. If a boy and a girl are sitting together, there we are not supposed to think of one particular thing. That is what the Soja teacher tells, that biological factor and social factor are different, isn't it? Sex and biological factor. Sex is a biological factor, and this gender is a social factor. So our perception, our mindset, we have to be different. The thought process should be different. To do this, we need good educated teachers, not teacher educators. We need educated teachers. How many of you are favoring this statement? We are all said teacher educators, but it is not educated teachers. We need educated teachers who have a sound knowledge regarding gender issues. Isn't it? Sound knowledge regarding gender issues in concern with the society. Social consideration is a big thing. While we're telling all these things, social consideration is a big thing. So, educated teachers, we need it. Then, gender discrimination in house, gender discrimination in schools, we can see that, isn't it? Actually, we are all practicing these things. And who is responsible to change this? If teacher is responsible, then we ourselves, each of us is responsible. Each of us is responsible for this change. So teachers play an important role in this early upbringing and the changing mindset of the students. So now it is happening. That is why the students are questioning teachers. Isn't it? You can see that students are questioning teachers. After 2014 curriculum, that is after critical pedagogy is implemented in the schools, that is why the teachers had a complaint that now the students are questioning teachers. Why the students are questioning teachers? We are not up to that level. That is why they are questioning us. Think of that. Isn't it? In the lower standard, they are getting these type of things, and when they come to the higher standard, the teachers are not up to that level. So this is what is happening in the society. Actual practice, it is happening in the society because of these type of stereotyping things. First thing that teachers need to understand is that sex is a biological factor and gender is a social construct. So this, if we understand this, nothing will happen inside the classroom. If something is happening inside the classroom, the persons also, they have to also be aware. If a boy is touching the girl should aware that what type of touch is it and whether he continue or not. So that thing, that is individual. And who is responsible for that? Individual is responsible for that. To these changes give more equal opportunities to students in the academic settings. Now we can see these are some of the things that we recently heard. The classroom settings are different, isn't it? These are why, because of this, our ministers are posting some more questions to the society. All this change, something is happening inside the society. Why? What happened? This type of things is like this. How many of our teachers are experimenting these type of things inside the classroom? As education belongs to the social science, how many we are testing this inside the classroom? Isn't it? This comes after cinema, isn't it? Cinema is released, and after that, becomes viral. Nowadays, nothing will happen viral if we teachers practice and test inside the classroom. And teachers reinforce the behavior which is appropriate to the class. Which is appropriate to the class. ഒരു ക്ലാസ്സിന് അനുയോജ്യമായ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ടീച്ചർ എന്ത് ചെയ്യണം? Change ചെയ്യണം. അവിടെ തന്നെ ചേഞ്ച് ചെയ്ത് പഠിക്കണം. That is, teachers reinforce the behavior which is appropriate to the class. തിരുവനന്തപുരത്ത് നടക്കുമ്പോൾ ആയിരിക്കില്ല തിരുവല്ലയിൽ നടക്കുന്നത്. So that is the meaning of the word appropriate. So next, in the classroom, an effort must be made to integrate boys and girls and not separate them, maintaining social contact. Boy, girl, എന്നുള്ളത് പറഞ്ഞ we are telling us we are human beings. How many of you say human beings? Isn't it? So in the classroom, an effort must be made to integrate boys and girls. Integrate is necessary. Not separating is necessary. And also the stories that we are telling. What about the stories? Teachers need to pick stories and fables that do not perpetuate hierarchies that will eventually get transmitted from one generation to another. So what are the stories we all know? So we have to think about the new stories. Then only the students will think about that, how they have to change in the society and how they have to behave in the society. For that, a specific teacher training program is necessary. Not general teacher training program is necessary. Specific teacher training program regarding gender sensitivity needs to be mandatory at each level of education. And there is a need to all male and female teachers construct a fair attitude towards gender-related concept. So specific training is necessary for that, then only it will change. Then another is that gender sensitivity counseling must be made available for teachers. So many counseling is there, but gender sensitivity counseling should be given to teachers. Then only their perspective, their attitude will, they have to maintain change in their attitude. So special counseling is necessary. This is a gender triangle, it's a counseling method. Then research shows that classroom organization management creates harmonious relationship between boys and girls at different types of education. So classroom management, these dynamics in the classroom brings several changes in the students, among the students, boys and girls, and even also the future teachers that they face, because transgenders will also come to the classroom. Then teachers can mix the genders rather than segregating them. This is a management model where the teachers have to change. What are the areas the teachers have to change? Teachers have to make their adjustments or changes. So this is a teacher must define their roles and mentors and facilitators. We are telling these words as mentors and facilitators, and but how many of you know or are aware that how we are mentoring the students? Mentoring is a vast area, and how many of you know or how many we are doing this? We are telling these words, so these vocabularies, mentor, facilitator, guide to the students. How many are doing actual practice? Then teachers must share the examples of women achievers. How many of you are giving examples of women achievers? In the beginning, I show four men, isn't it? Is there any woman there? No. Then our bossing woman. Okay? Are you ready? Any answer? Then read this. Who is she? She is the first female teacher of India. Okay. Next. She was awarded the title of Pandita, the first lady. How many of you know? Then, who is she? She is the first lady who went to the Rajya Sabha. First lady. Any curriculum taught this? These three are all Indian women. And the first four I show, they are all Americans. So first of all, our curriculum should have we have to revamp certain changes in the curriculum, isn't it? So everywhere there should be a change. What we are telling, that changes as far as teachers, while preparing curriculum and while posing curriculum, or while telling beyond the curriculum to the students. Beyond the curriculum is, these are, I think, beyond the curriculum. While we are taking a class, beyond the curriculum means this. In the curriculum, there may be Bhaskaracharya, Aryabhatta, or it may be in the curriculum, but beyond the curriculum, the teacher should influence. Then only this equality will maintain inside the classroom. So world is changing, India is changing, Kerala is changing. Teachers need to make changes in the perception on gender to the society. Everywhere changes is happening, but in the mind of teacher is change happening. That is my only question. All these things, you know what is happening. I think all of you are aware about these two. Nowadays, yes. Men had went there? No. So these are the references I used for this things. So thank you. I think you are convinced. Thank you very much. And once again, I thank Nimi teacher for inviting me for this international seminar. So thank you, teacher, and thank you all the faculties of Titus Teachers College. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anu Krishnan, for your inspiring and interactive session on teacher as an agent of change in the context of gender and society. He invited our attention by moving down the timeline, quoting the words of Thiruvalla, which signifies the truth even centuries back. He remarked the teachers being the backbone of our education system and the multifarious roles of teacher in society. What we need is change in the mindset to accommodate these changes, and we have to gain a receptive mind and sound knowledge on the practices that has to be undertaken, the integration measures that has to be adopted rather than separating, and the need for gender sensitive classroom management strategies, and also pointed out the prominent Indian figures who stood for upbringing the condition of women in society, especially in India. Thank you for your thought-provoking insights and expertise. Shed light on the critical role of educators play in shaping a more inclusive and equitable society. Your thoughts were valuable and worthy. I am sure your message to this teacher education community will undoubtedly resonate and inspire positive change and always bring good teacher educators. Thank you for being an agent of change and for empowering us to make a difference. And thank you all the eminent resource person for sharing valuable information on different dimensions of gender issues. What I would like to address is that beyond theoretical discussions, we need to reframe our values, our outlook and our attitude. Then only the transformation will take place. As we know, let us all be the agent of change. I acknowledge and appreciate the great efforts taken by Team Titus II College for disseminating the concept, and my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of this international seminar. Thank you very much.
Now we have an honoring ceremony honoring our panelists and moderator. So I humbly request all the panelists and moderator to occupy their seats here, along with principal also.
To honor our moderator for today's panel presentation, Dr. Bindu B, with a Ponnada and memento, we welcome our beloved principal, Dr. Nimi Maria Woman.
Now to honor Dr. Anukrishnan R, we welcome Dr. Mariama Matthew, Head of the Department of MED in our college. Ma'am, please come and honor the esteemed guest with a memento and a ponnada.
To honor our panelist, Dr. Sojia John, I welcome Dr. Shushama Verghese from MED Department.
Now to honor Dr. Biju Ji, I welcome Dr. Pramod Thomas Verghese, sir. So please come and honor the guest with a ponnada and a token of appreciation. Now we have a special honoring ceremony of Dr. Biju Ji, who was awarded recently a PhD degree from the university.
Titus College is always happy to celebrate the success, the academic success of all people, and in fact, we are very happy and privileged with the PhD in education of Dr. Biju Ji from the University of Kerala, and we have a special memento for you, Dr. Biju. Please come forward and receive from.
What an enriching panel discussion. So now I welcome Ms. Jodis Mary Joseph to propose the vote of thanks to our moderator and the panelist.
A very good afternoon to all. On behalf of everyone gathered here, it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all who made this panel discussion a truly enriching experience. First and foremost, our sincere gratitude goes to our moderator, Dr. Bindu B, for skillfully guiding the session and ensuring a smooth flow of ideas. Thank you, ma'am. We are deeply thankful to our panelists for sharing their expertise with us today. Dr. Sojia John enlightened us with our insights on classroom transaction in relation to gender issues. Dr. Biju Ji broadened our perspective by connecting equality with sustainable development goals. And Dr. Anukrishnan R, through his presentation on teacher as an agent of change in the context of gender and society, gave us yet another dimension to reflect upon. Thank you, dear panelists. Finally, I extend our gratitude to the organizers, faculty, students, and participants whose presence and engagement added value to the session. Thank you all once again.
Now we are going to transition into our paper presentations for the day. The paper presentations will be happening in two venues. One is in this hall, that is the auditorium, and we have another venue, that is the seminar hall downstairs. So all of us are expected to be present in either of the venues. So after the first session of the paper presentation, we'll have a lunch break. Followed by the lunch break, we'll continue with the paper presentations in the same venues. And immediately after the end of the paper presentations, we'll have the valedictory ceremony that will begin sharp by 3 p.m. in this auditorium. So all are welcome to the valedictory function as well. So all the best to all the paper presenters. Good afternoon, all. International seminars are the platforms to exchange new ideas, to discuss emerging trends, and to inspire each others to think beyond conventional boundaries. Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla, in collaboration with Council for Educational Administration and Management and Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala State, is organizing an international seminar on 16th and 17th September 2025 with the theme of multifaceted perspectives on gender education, reaching the unreached. Today is our second day. It's my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to this international seminar on behalf of Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla. First, I welcome our respected chairperson, Associate Professor Dr. Pramod Thomas George, who is the in charge of Commerce Department in Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla. He is a research consultant at the M.Ed level. He is serving as the MG University Board of Exam at B.Ed level, subject expert and resource person. Your presence adds tremendous value to this event, and we are excited to learn from your experiences. Welcome, sir. I welcome our enthusiastic participants. Your curiosity, questions are what will make this seminar truly successful. I welcome the audience. As we begin today's session, I encourage you all to make the most of this opportunity to ask questions, share your thoughts, and connect with others. Let this seminar be a spark for growth, learning, and collaboration. Once again, welcome to this international seminar. Let's look forward to a productive and inspiring day ahead.
Good afternoon, all. Before we begin the presentation, I would like to share the important instructions regarding the presentation. I request everyone to pay attention. So, each participant will be getting 6 minutes for their presentation. The first warning bell will ring after 4th minute of your presentation. The final bell or the timeout bell will ring after 6 minutes of your presentation, after which you are expected to conclude immediately. After the presentation, 2 minutes will be allotted to the chairperson and audience for asking questions. Presenters, please don't leave immediately after your presentation. You are requested to collect the participation certificates from the registration counter. Once again, I will repeat the instructions. You have in total 6 minutes for the presentation. First one bell at 4th minute and final one bell at 6 minutes of your presentation. So now I will announce the order of the presentations. First comes Dr. Rajesh R. Second comes Jyotis Mary Joseph and Anna Marin Abraham. Next comes Dr. Remya Krishnan R. After that, Reshma Som. And finally, Anubama A.S. and Sister Anjana Joshi. Hope you all are clear with the instructions. All the best, everyone. So, let's begin the session with our first presenter, Dr. Rajesh R., Assistant Professor, NSS College, Pandalam. Welcome, sir.
Good morning to all. ജെൻഡർ ഇൻക്വാളിറ്റി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ജെൻഡർ ഇൻക്വാളിറ്റിയെ സംബന്ധിച്ച പല ടോപ്പിക്സ് നമ്മൾ കണ്ടു, പല സെഷൻസ് നമ്മൾ കേട്ടു. ഈ ഒരു പ്രസൻറ്റേഷനിൽ ഞാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് എന്താ വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ഒരു എക്കണോമിക്സ് ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് വരുന്ന കാരണം 2 ടേംസ് ആദ്യമേ ഡിഫൈൻ ചെയ്യപ്പെടണം. ഒന്ന് ഗ്രോത്ത്, 2 ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ്, വളർച്ചയും വികസനവും. ഒരു രാജ്യത്തിന് വളർച്ച കൈവരിക്കാൻ എളുപ്പമാണ്, ആ രാജ്യത്തെ ബില്യണേഴ്സിൻ്റെയും മില്യണേഴ്സിൻ്റെയും എണ്ണം കൂടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതിൻ്റെ വാല്യൂ നമ്മൾ നാഷണൽ ഇൻകത്തിലോട്ട് ആഡ് ചെയ്യും. ആ രാജ്യത്തിന് വളർച്ച ഉണ്ടാവും. ആ രാജ്യത്തിന് വികസനം ഉണ്ടാകുമ്പോഴാണ് യഥാർത്ഥത്തിലുള്ള സൂചികകൾ നമുക്ക് കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യേണ്ടതായിട്ട് വരുന്നത്. ഉദാഹരണത്തിന് ഹ്യൂമൻ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് ഇൻഡെക്സ്, ജെൻഡർ ഇനീക്വാളിറ്റി ഇൻഡെക്സ്, ഫിസിക്കൽ ക്വാളിറ്റി ഓഫ് ലൈഫ് ഇൻഡെക്സ് തുടങ്ങിയ സൂചികകൾ അവിടെയാണ് പ്രാധാന്യം വഹിക്കുന്നത്. നമ്മളെടുക്കുന്ന ഈ ടോപ്പിക്കിൽ സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ആ ഒരു ഗോളിലോട്ട് എത്താനുള്ള ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ബാരിയറായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഐഡൻറ്റിഫൈ ചെയ്യുന്നത് ക്രൈം റേറ്റാണ്. നമ്മൾ വിമൻ എംപവർമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ പല മാനങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴും അതിൽ വിട്ടുപോകുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം, നമ്മൾ ശ്രദ്ധ കേന്ദ്രീകരിക്കാൻ കുറച്ച് മടി കാണിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം എന്തെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ക്രൈം റേറ്റാണ്. വളരുന്ന രീതിയിലുള്ള ക്രൈം റേറ്റ് ആ ഒരു ഗോളിനെ തടസ്സപ്പെടുത്തുന്നതായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് കാണാം. അതിൻ്റെ ഡീറ്റെയിൽസാണ് നമ്മൾ കാണിക്കാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. കൂടുതൽ സ്ലൈഡ്സ് ഇല്ല, 10-11 സ്ലൈഡ്സേ ഉള്ളൂ. പെട്ടെന്ന് നമ്മൾ ആ സ്ലൈഡ്സിലോട്ട് മൂവ് ചെയ്യാം. സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് ഗോൾസിൻ്റെ സ്ലൈഡ് കാണിക്കുന്നത്, അതിൽ നമ്മൾ ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് എല്ലാ SDG പ്രസൻറ്റേഷൻസിൻ്റെയും ഭാഗമായിട്ട് വന്ന ഗോൾ നമ്പർ 5 ആണ്, ജെൻഡർ ഇക്വാലിറ്റി ആണ്. ഗോൾ നമ്പർ 5ൻ്റെ 5.2ഉം 5.3ഉം ഈ 2 പോയിന്റ്സ് ആണ് ക്രൈം റേറ്റുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട കാര്യങ്ങൾ അഡ്രസ്സ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സബ് ടാർഗറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് വരുന്നത്. ക്രൈം അഗെയിൻസ്റ്റ് വിമൻ ഇൻ ഇന്ത്യ, ഇത് കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ് മിനിസ്ട്രി ഓഫ് ഹോം അഫയേഴ്സിൻ്റെ നാഷണൽ ക്രൈം റെക്കോർഡ്സ് ബ്യൂറോയുടെ റിപ്പോർട്ടാണ്. അത് നമുക്ക് കാണാം 2020 തൊട്ട് 2022 വരെയുള്ള ഡേറ്റയാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ അവൈലബിൾ ആയിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിൽ ടോട്ടൽ ക്രൈം കേസസിൻ്റെ കാണുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് കാണാം 2022 4,26,433 കേസാണ് ടോട്ടൽ ഹോൾ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ട കേസാണ്. രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ട കേസുകളുടെ കാര്യം മാത്രമാണ് ഇവിടെ പറയുന്നത്. അൺരജിസ്റ്റേർഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഇഷ്ടംപോലെ കേസുകളോട് ബാക്കി നിൽക്കുന്നു എന്ന സത്യം അവിടെ നിൽക്കുന്നു. ഏതൊക്കെ കാറ്റഗറിയിലാണ് ഈ ക്രൈം എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കാര്യം വരുന്നതെന്ന് അവിടെ സൂചിപ്പിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ക്രൈം അണ്ടർ ദ IPC സെക്ഷൻ പ്രകാരം ചാർജ് ചെയ്യപ്പെടുന്ന ഒഫൻസസ് ഇതൊക്കെയാണ്: സെക്ഷൽ ഒഫൻസസ്, ക്രൈംസ് റിലേറ്റഡ് ടു മാരേജ്, വയലന്റ് ക്രൈംസ് ആൻഡ് പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി റിലേറ്റഡ് ക്രൈംസ്. അതിൻ്റെ സബ് ക്ലാസിഫിക്കേഷൻസ് അതിൽ കാണിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ഡീറ്റെയിൽസിലോട്ട് പോകുന്നില്ല. കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ കേസ് എടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ കേരള പോലീസിൻ്റെ റിപ്പോർട്ടാണ്, ക്രൈം റെക്കോർഡ്സ് റിപ്പോർട്ടാണിത്. റീസെൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഡേറ്റ അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. 2024 വരെയുള്ള ഡേറ്റ അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. അതിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കാണാം ഒരു 3 വർഷത്തോളം നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിലുള്ള ക്രൈം റേറ്റ്സ് ഏറെക്കുറെ സ്റ്റാഗ്നൻ്റ് ആയിട്ട് സ്റ്റഡി ആയിട്ട് നിൽക്കുന്നു. സാധാരണ ഗവൺമെൻറ് എഫേർട്സ് എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ ആ ക്രൈം റേറ്റ്സ് താഴേണ്ടതാണ്. പക്ഷെ നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിൽ നമ്മളൊരു ഭാഗത്ത് ലിറ്ററസിയുടെ കാര്യം പറയുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ മറുഭാഗത്ത് ഉണ്ടാകുന്നൊരു പ്രശ്നം ഇതാണ്: വിമൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കാറ്റഗറിക്കെതിരെ തുടരെ ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന ക്രൈം റേറ്റ്സ്. അത് നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിൽ നല്ല രീതിയിൽ നിലനിൽക്കുന്നു എന്ന സത്യം അവിടെ പറയപ്പെടേണ്ടതാണ്. ഏതൊക്കെ ക്രൈം ഹെഡ്സ് ആണ് കേരള പോലീസ് രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യുന്നത്? അതിൽ റേപ്പ് ഉണ്ട്, മോളസ്റ്റേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, കിഡ്നാപ്പിംഗ് ഉണ്ട്, ഈവ് ടീസിംഗ് ഉണ്ട്, ഡൗറി ഡെത്ത് ഉണ്ട്, ക്രൂവൽറ്റി ബൈ ഹസ്ബൻഡ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ റിലേറ്റീവ്സ്, അതർ ഒഫൻസസ്. ഈ പറഞ്ഞ സ്പ്ലിറ്റപ്പിൽ വരുന്ന ടോട്ടൽ ക്രൈംസിൻ്റെ എണ്ണം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അവിടെ വ്യക്തമായിട്ട് കാണാൻ പറ്റുമായിരിക്കാം. അതിൽ 2024 കണക്കുണ്ടോ 18,887 കേസുകളാണ് രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ട് വെച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ എന്തൊക്കെ സജസ്റ്റീവ് മെഷേഴ്സ് നമുക്ക് അഡോപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും? മെഷേഴ്സിൻ്റെ ഡീറ്റെയിൽസിലോട്ട് പോകുന്നില്ല, മെയിൻ ഹെഡിങ്സ് മാത്രം വായിച്ചു പോകുന്നു. ഒന്ന്, ലീഗൽ, ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട മെഷർ ഏത് തന്നെയാണ്? നിയമപരമായ മെഷേഴ്സ് തന്നെയാണ് ലീഗൽ മെഷേഴ്സ്. 2, ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ സപ്പോർട്ട്. അതിൽ 24/7 ഹെൽപ്പ് ലൈൻസ് ഉൾപ്പെടെ അവിടെ മെൻഷൻ ചെയ്ത് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ആൻഡ് അവയർനെസ്, നമ്മൾ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യം അതാണ്. ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസമുള്ള സംസ്ഥാനത്താണ് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ക്രൈം റേറ്റ്സ് നടക്കുന്നു എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ അവിടെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിന് എത്രമാത്രം പ്രസക്തി ഈ പറഞ്ഞ കാര്യങ്ങൾ അഡ്രസ്സ് ചെയ്യാനുണ്ട് എന്ന കാര്യം വീണ്ടും ചർച്ച ചെയ്യപ്പെടേണ്ടതാണ്. കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേഷൻ, ആഫ്രിക്കൻ രാജ്യങ്ങളാണ് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേഷൻ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ വിമൻ ക്രൈമിനെതിരെ നടന്നു കാണാറുണ്ട്. നമ്മളെപ്പോഴും നമ്മുടെ വിചാരം എന്താണ്? ആഫ്രിക്കൻ രാജ്യങ്ങൾ വളരെയധികം പിന്നോക്കം നിൽക്കുന്ന രാജ്യങ്ങൾ എന്നാണല്ലേ? അങ്ങനെയല്ല. ആഫ്രിക്കൻ രാജ്യങ്ങൾ പ്രത്യേകിച്ചും വിമൻ കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറയുമ്പോൾ അവർ വളരെയധികം മുന്നോട്ട് പോയിരിക്കുന്ന രാജ്യങ്ങളാണ്. ആ രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ പ്രാക്ടീസ് ചെയ്യപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് ഈ നെയ്ബർഹുഡ് വാച്ച് എഫേർട്സും കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി പോലീസിംഗ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ ആ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി പോലീസിംഗ് വരുമ്പോൾ അത് സദാചാര പോലീസായിട്ട് മാറുമ്പോൾ ഉത്തരവാദപ്പെട്ട പോലീസിംഗ് എങ്ങനെയാണെന്നുള്ളത് നമുക്ക് ആ രാജ്യങ്ങളുടെ കേസസ് വെച്ച് നമുക്ക് കൃത്യമായിട്ട് പഠിച്ചെടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നതാണ്. എക്കണോമിക് എംപവർമെൻറ്റും ടെക്നോളജിക്കൽ മെഷേഴ്സും അതിൽ ആഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഈ വിമൻ എക്കണോമിക് എംപവർമെൻറ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നൊരു ലക്ഷ്യം സാധൂകരിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ എന്തൊക്കെ ഫാക്ടേഴ്സ് അവിടെ വേണം എന്നുള്ള കാര്യം അതിനെ ചുറ്റിപ്പറ്റിയിട്ടുള്ള ഫിഗേഴ്സിൽ നമ്മൾ ആഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഫൈനലി എൻഡപ്പ് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് റൈറ്ററിൻ്റെ കോട്ടാണ്, നോ വുമൺ ഷുഡ് ബി മെയ്ഡ് ടു ഫിയർ ദാറ്റ് ഷി വാസ് നോട്ട് ഇനഫ്. സാമന്ത ഷനോൺ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് റൈറ്ററിൻ്റെ തോട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ഷെയർ ചെയ്യപ്പെടേണ്ടത്. അപ്പോൾ അവസാനമായിട്ട് പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഈ സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന വലിയൊരു ഗോളിനെ അച്ചീവ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യം കാര്യമായ പരിശ്രമങ്ങൾ നടത്തുമ്പോൾ അതിനെ വിമുഖീകരിക്കുന്ന, അതിനെ തടസ്സപ്പെടുത്തുന്ന, അതിൻ്റെ ആ തോതിനെ ഒന്ന് താഴ്ത്തുന്ന ഒരു ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യമെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ക്രൈം അഗെയിൻസ്റ്റ് വുമൻ ആണ്. അതിനെ ഹിൻഡർ ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഒരിക്കലും നമ്മളുടെ സമൂഹത്തിൽ നിന്ന് ഉണ്ടാകാൻ പാടില്ല. അതിന് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള എഫേർട്സ് ഗവൺമെൻറ് എടുക്കണമെന്നൊരു കാര്യം മാത്രം പറഞ്ഞു നിർത്തുന്നു. ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു.
Next 2 minutes, chairperson can ask questions or audience.
കേരളത്തിൽ ഞാൻ അതാ പറഞ്ഞു, കേരളത്തിൽ ആൾറെഡി ഈ പോലീസിങ്, കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി പോലീസിങ് കാര്യമായിട്ട് നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അതിൻ്റെ മാനം വേറെയാണെന്ന് മാത്രം. നമ്മൾ ഈ സദാചാരം എന്ന് പറയുന്നൊരു ബോർഡർ, ഒരു ടാഗ് ലൈൻ വെച്ചിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളല്ല ഈ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി പോലീസിങ് എന്നത് ഞാൻ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നു. കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി പോലീസിങ് എന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അത് ജെൻഡർ റിലേറ്റഡ് അല്ല, അത് വിമൻ റിലേറ്റഡ് മാത്രമല്ല. അപ്പം ഏതൊരു മനുഷ്യനും എന്തെങ്കിലും പ്രശ്നം വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആ ചുറ്റുവട്ടത്തുള്ള നെയ്ബർഹുഡിലുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ അതിൽ ഇടപെടണം, ഒരു സൊല്യൂഷൻ കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാൻ അവർ ശ്രമിക്കണം എന്ന് പറയുന്നതാണ് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി പോലീസിങ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു അവസ്ഥ. പക്ഷെ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ അതിൻ്റെ അർത്ഥം വേറെയാണ്. നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ അതിൻ്റെ ഇംപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വളരെ വളരെ വീക്കായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു കൺസെപ്റ്റായിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. നമ്മൾ വഴി കൂടെ നടന്നു പോകുമ്പോൾ ഒരാൾക്കൊരു പ്രശ്നം വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾ മടിക്കും. നമ്മുടെ മനസ്സിലൊരു ചിന്ത എന്താണ്, എന്തിനെ ഇടപെടണം, എന്തിന് അനാവശ്യമായിട്ട് ആ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഇടപെടണം എന്നൊരു പിൻവലിക്കുന്നൊരു സ്വഭാവം പൊതുവെ മലയാളിക്കുണ്ട്. ആ മലയാളിയുടെ സ്വഭാവം മാറിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, മലയാളി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എന്താ പറയുക, പല കാലഘട്ടങ്ങളിൽ പല സമയത്തും നമ്മൾ വളരെ നല്ല രീതിയിൽ സമൂഹത്തിൽ ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂ ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാരാണ്. എങ്കിൽ പോലും ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഇപ്പോഴും നമ്മൾ പുറകോട്ട് നിൽക്കുന്നു എന്ന് സൂചിപ്പിക്കുന്നതാണ് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഒത്തിരി മെഷേഴ്സ്, ഇപ്പം ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ ഭാഗത്ത് വരുന്ന ഒത്തിരി മെഷേഴ്സ്, അപ്പം നമ്മളിപ്പം നോക്കിക്കാണുന്നത് ഇപ്പോൾ ജെൻഡർ യൂണിഫോം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കോമൺ ബാത്റൂം, ഇതെല്ലാം നമ്മൾ ഒരു ഭാഗത്ത് പറയുമെങ്കിലും വ്യക്തമായിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഗവൺമെൻറ് കൺവേ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം എന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എല്ലാ കുട്ടികളും തുല്യരാണ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കാര്യം. നമ്മൾ ഇവിടെ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ സർവശിക്ഷാ അഭിയാൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നൊരു സ്കീം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അത് പിന്നെ മാറി അതിൻ്റെ പേര് മാറ്റി സമഗ്ര ശിക്ഷാ അഭിയാനാക്കി. ഈ സമഗ്ര ശിക്ഷാ അഭിയാൻ എന്നുള്ളതിൻ്റെ ടാഗ് ലൈൻ തന്നെ അതാണ്, എല്ലാവർക്കും ഫ്രീ ആൻഡ് ഈക്വിറ്റബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ കിട്ടുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ കുട്ടികളെ ഒരേപോലെ കാണുക എന്ന ബേസിക് തത്വം ഗവൺമെൻറ് കൺവേ ചെയ്ത് കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസിന് കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസ്, അവിടെയാണ് ഇന്നത്തെ സെഷനത്തെ എല്ലാവരും പറഞ്ഞതാണ് ടീച്ചേഴ്സിൻ്റെ റോൾ അതാണ്. ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് അങ്ങനെ എല്ലാവരും തുല്യരായിട്ട് കണ്ടാൽ മാത്രമേ കുട്ടികൾക്കും തോന്നത്തുള്ളൂ ഞങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും തുല്യരാണെന്നുള്ളൊരു ഫീലിംഗ് കുട്ടികൾക്കും തോന്നത്തുള്ളൂ എന്നുള്ള. ഈ എന്താ പറയുക, ഈ ജെൻഡർ, ഇപ്പം ഇന്നത്തെ ഒരു എക്സാമ്പിൾ തന്നെ പറയാം. ഈ ക്ലാസ് റൂമിൽ ഈ വേർതിരിച്ച് നിർത്തുന്ന, അത് കുട്ടികൾ ഒരു സെഷൻ, ആൺകുട്ടികൾ ഒരു ഭാഗത്തിരിക്കുക പെൺകുട്ടികൾ ഒരു ഭാഗത്തിരിക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് തന്നെ ഇപ്പം മാറ്റത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമാണ്. അതൊക്കെ ഇപ്പം മാറാൻ തുടങ്ങി. കുട്ടികളിപ്പം മിക്സ് ചെയ്തിരുത്തുന്നത് ടീച്ചേഴ്സിന് പ്രശ്നമില്ല. ഇപ്പം മറ്റേന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് പ്രശ്നമില്ലായിരുന്നു, പക്ഷെ ടീച്ചേഴ്സിനായിരുന്നു പ്രശ്നം. ഈ മിക്സ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത് കാണുമ്പം ടീച്ചേഴ്സിനൊരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്, അത് ശരിയല്ലല്ലോ എന്നുള്ളത്. കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ആ പണ്ടും പ്രശ്നമില്ലായിരുന്നു, ഇപ്പോഴും പ്രശ്നമില്ല. അപ്പം ഇപ്പം ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. കുറേ ബോധവൽക്കരണം വന്നപ്പോൾ ടീച്ചേഴ്സിന് മനസ്സിലാവുന്നുണ്ട്, ഓക്കെ ഇങ്ങനെ ഇരുത്തുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടും ഉണ്ടാവുന്നില്ല, അവർ പഠിക്കാനാണ് വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്, അവർ ഒരുമിച്ചിരിക്കാനാണ് ഇരിക്കുന്നത്, അവരുടെ ഫ്രണ്ട്ഷിപ്പാണത്. ആ ഒരു ബോധം ടീച്ചേഴ്സിന് വന്നു തുടങ്ങിയപ്പോൾ തൊട്ട് തന്നെ ആ ഒരു മാറ്റം നമ്മുടെ സ്കൂളുകളിലുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എൻ്റെ വിശ്വാസം. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you, sir. Next, I welcome Jyotis Mary Joseph and Sona Marin Abraham.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sona Marin Abraham, presenting along with my co-author, Jyotis Mary Joseph. The paper is titled Beyond Bias, Teachers, Curriculum Reform and the Role of AI in Shaping Gender Equity in Education. So AI is now part of our classrooms. We know that adaptive learning platforms help us to have a personalized learning experience. Chatbots like ChatGPT and Gemini and all that answer our doubts, and the automated grading system is actually a promise to the teachers that it will save their time. But the question is that, can AI ever be gender neutral? Or will it carry forward the pre-existing social stereotypes and inequalities? So moving on to the introduction, education itself has historically carried gender stereotypes. We know that boys were encouraged into science, maths and leadership, whereas girls were guided towards teaching, caregiving and household roles. Even today, when we say that we are progressing towards gender equality, subtle stereotypes remain in the content and pedagogy. Studies by Prates and others, they have put forth an observation that Google translates the word doctor to the pronoun he and the word nurse to the pronoun she. And another report by UNESCO, the report is titled I Do Blush If I Could. It says that voice assistants like Siri and Alexa have female default voices, reinforcing that women as obedient helpers. And another example is that the image generators portray men as CEOs or scientists, where women as teachers or nurses. These are not minor flaws. Even when we see these are simple mistakes, they are not. They shape how students imagine their own futures. This is what makes our study important. AI is entering education much faster than teachers and schools are able to critically reflect on its impact. Most platforms are designed without diverse perspectives. When we say this, we are meaning that the platforms are mainly designed by men without taking into consideration of the women perspective. Biases get embedded in technology which is presented as neutral even when it is not. So if such biases enter our classrooms, they can directly affect how children see themselves, their confidence level and even their career choices. So moving on to the objectives, we have three main objectives that is listed over there. So with this background, we now move on to the core analysis part, which will be handled by Jyotis.
Thank you, Sona. I'll take over the analysis of our study. We didn't expect something as modern as AI to carry gender bias. AI is definitely powerful, but unfortunately, it is not always fair because it is trained based on data sets which is historically biased, specifically male-female biased. The recent study by Adami and Loshkowska showed, based on adaptive learning platforms, showed that female students had less engagement on the learning platforms and were directed to less challenging learning paths. This kind of bias is not only in this field, but it is also seen in the scoring field. A study found that gender-skewed data led to inconsistent outputs in scoring, while mixed gender data increased fairness in scoring. These examples shows that uncritical use of AI can reinforce stereotypes instead of expanding opportunities. So what can we do about it? Our analysis highlights the crucial role of teachers as mediators. Teachers are not passive facilitators, they are transformation agents. A teacher who is aware of the gender dynamics can intervene. Say if an AI system suggests a lower level mathematics for a girl student. But this will only work if the teacher is gender sensitive and AI literate. Okay, so a recent study, a comparative study based on female students in UK and Indonesia found that female students felt more bias and had lower AI literacy level. To truly address this problem, we need a structural change through curriculum reform. And we, through our study, suggest three key strategies for the reform. First one is content revision. Learning resources and other translation tools based on AI-driven tools should be corrected. We need to train our teachers on inclusive pedagogy and bias recognition. We need to ensure that AI-based grading systems are gender neutral. AI isn't just a source of bias, it is also a potential tool for equity. We need to move from a reactive approach to a proactive approach, which will align with the SDG 5. As we conclude, we highlight the fact that the solution is not to reject AI, but to reorient its use. Teachers must act as mediators, and curriculum reform must make AI literacy a fundamental value. Thank you. AI is basically trained on binary data system. It is based on female and male data set. That's why currently it is not addressing any third gender issues. It is completely neglected. So we propose that teachers and students must work together to bring in the third gender. Equity is for all, I suppose, and equality is giving equal chances to everyone, opportunities to everyone. Equity. ടീച്ചേഴ്സിനെ ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്യാന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഒരു റീഫോം പറയുന്നത്. ജെൻഡർ സെൻസിറ്റിവിറ്റി ഫസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ഓൾ ടീച്ചേഴ്സിനെ ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്യാന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ടു ഇൻക്ലൂസീവ് പെഡഗോഗിയിൽ ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്യുക. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ജെൻഡർ സെൻസിറ്റീവ് ഇഷ്യൂസ് എങ്ങനെ ഹാൻഡിൽ ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ളത്, എങ്ങനെ അഡ്രസ്സ് ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ളത്. We can actually, because AI ഇപ്പോൾ റീസ്ട്രക്ചർ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ബട്ട് AI itself is saying that I may reproduce wrong data. You have to be sure. നമ്മൾ ഒന്ന് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ട് we can use AI tools definitely.
Thank you, Jyotis and Sona. Next, I invite Dr. Ramya Krishnan R, Assistant Professor, NSS College, Pandalam. Welcome, ma'am.
Respected Chair, Dr. Pramod sir, and all other teachers and my dear students, a very warm good afternoon to one and all. It's a very proud moment for me because I'm an alumni of this institution. This is a very place where I'm molded as a teacher. So it's a great moment. I'm humbled to present my paper before my teacher. Today's presentation is titled as SDG in India, Progress, Pitfalls and Policy Pathways to Gender Equality. As I'm not coming from a training college background, I'm teaching at an arts and science college. I stick on to the gender equality SDG aspect of this topic. So as we all know, after 20 years after Rio Summit, the world met in June 2012 to initiate the concept of sustainable development as opposed to the 2015 developmental agenda. So we all are very familiar with the set of 17 sustainable development goals there. And the very concept of sustainable development means meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. And in this presentation, I am sticking on only to gender equality, the SDG number 5. As Kofi Annan, the former UN Secretary General, rightly pointed out, gender equality is used as a multifaceted strategy for sustainable development and building good governance. So this is not a very deep research work. This is just a thematic presentation of the topic, and these are the research objectives, and the data sources which I depended upon was mainly secondary data sources, that is Sustainable Development India Index report of Niti Aayog for the year 2023 and 23-24. So what is this SDG India Index? What are the, it is launched in 2018 in collaboration, the Niti Aayog launched it in collaboration with or in partnership with the UN India and UNDP India for ranking the different states and union territories in India based on this SDG framework through a composite index. And this India's SDG progress in a snapshot is presented in that slide. Because of time shortage, I am just mentioning the key figures. Current figure of India's SDG rank, that score is 71. And from the figure, you can see that it was 57 in 2018. So we are progressing in general terms. But are we progressing on specific terms? That is the inquiry of this paper. So the key highlights at national level indicates goal number 5 demands special attention because not like every other goals, goal number 5 score is just below 50. So we need, as the earlier presentations, we saw that it will take another 300 years to attain the goals of gender equality. So that goal needs specific attention. And SDG goal-wise performance of India is shown in the figure. The lowest progress, all the SDGs from SDG 1 to SDG 16 were ranked there, and from that figure itself, one SDG is marked red. No, that is SDG 5 of gender equality, whose score is just below 50, that is 49. And for zero hunger, quality education, industry and innovation area also we are performing currently at low level. There also need some policy interventions. The next slide shows the comparison of the different states and union territories in India. Next slide. From that figure also we can understand the change that is happening from 2018 baseline data to 2020-21. Nagaland and Lakshadweep are the two top performers among the states and union territories with respect to SDG 5. Next slide. Gender equality, now I am just going into deep regarding the sub-indicators of goal number 5, which includes the different dimensions of gender equality. And regarding the educational attainment, the Global Gender Gap Report publishing by World Economic Forum highlights the fact that in the 4 categories, in the sub-index of educational attainment, India ranked 110th among 148 countries. And as per the latest census 2011 data, there persists a 16% gender gap in India's literacy rate. Next slide. The crime and violence against women, National Crime Records Bureau's data is there. And it is interesting to note that second figure, I don't know if you could see that. It shows the source of that data is from National Family Health Survey 2019-21 data. Reasons or attitude towards beating wife. And it is embarrassing that the last bar in that diagram, if you could see, 45% of women and 44% of men think that it is right to beat a woman in the household if because of any of those reasons. And the reasons are like going out without telling him, neglects the house or children, argues with him, refuses to have sexual intercourse with him, etc. and so and so. Next, it is about the unpaid care and domestic work. The women are contributing to the society and taking the economic cost. It contributes around 15 to 17% of the GDP, and that is such a huge figure which has got severe macroeconomic impact. Next, It's regarding the sexual and reproductive health rights. Because of the time shortage, I'm just skipping. Next slide, please. And these are about the ownership and control over assets or economic resources. Next. Women and technology utilization, the ownership of mobile phones. And even if they are having a handset, the percentage of women actually using that internet is shown in the figure. Next. The main roadblocks towards gender equality, right from low income, disparities in wage gap, restricted mobility, unpaid care work, workplace discrimination. There are a lot we can list. Then next is about the gender equality based policy responses, which should cater those issues which I mentioned earlier. Gender budgeting, women's more participation in politics, women entrepreneurship, facilities to accommodate more women entrepreneurs. Gender auditing is very vital, and more women should be participating in STEM. And concluding remarks, achieving gender equality is not just about SDG 5. It is foundational for the execution of several other sustainable development goals. Inclusive policy, collective action, and primarily shift in societal attitude is very vital in attaining gender equality. And I may end my presentation with the wise words of Gloria Steinem, who is an American journalist and social political activist. A gender equal society would be one where the word gender does not exist, where everyone can be themselves. Thank you.
Now, audience may ask questions.
ഇല്ല, ആർക്കും ചോദിക്കാനില്ല. നമ്മളിത് ചോറും നടന്നിരിക്കുക. മിസ് നല്ല പ്രസൻറ്റേഷൻ ആയിരുന്നു, വെരി ഗുഡ്. എനിക്ക് ലീഗൽ അവയർനെസ്, എന്തൊക്കെ ലീഗൽ അവയർനെസ് ജെൻഡർ ഈക്വാലിറ്റി ഇല്ല എങ്കിൽ കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റും? ജെൻഡർ ഈക്വാലിറ്റി എന്തെങ്കിലും പ്രോബ്ലംസ് ഉണ്ടാവുകയാണെങ്കിൽ, അതായത് ജെൻഡർ ഈക്വാലിറ്റി വേണമെന്നാണല്ലോ പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നത്, എന്തൊക്കെ?
നമുക്ക് ഈ ലീഗൽ സപ്പോർട്ട് ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻ വൈസ് കിട്ടുന്ന ഒരു സപ്പോർട്ട് സിസ്റ്റമാണ് അല്ലേ. ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴും ജെൻഡറിനെ പറ്റി, ജെൻഡർ എൻ്റെ PhD-യുടെ കൂടെ ടോപ്പിക് ആയതുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്ക് വളരെ പേഴ്സണൽ കണക്ഷനുള്ള ടോപ്പിക്കാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴും ആലോചിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്, ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഉദാഹരണം പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു മെറ്റേണിറ്റി ലീവ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മളെപ്പോഴും പറയും, വിമൻ എംപ്ലോയ്മെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ ഒക്കെ കാര്യം എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ ഈ ഒരു സപ്പോർട്ട് സിസ്റ്റം നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് വർക്ക്, പിന്നെ അൺപെയ്ഡ് കെയർ വർക്ക്, അപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഡ്യുവൽ ഡിസീസ് ബേർഡൻ എന്നൊക്കെ അമർത്യ സെന്നെ പോലെയുള്ള ഇക്കോണമിസ്റ്റുകൾ ഉൾപ്പെടെ പറഞ്ഞു പോയ ഒരു സംഗതിയുണ്ട്. നമുക്ക് എത്രത്തോളം സപ്പോർട്ട് സിസ്റ്റം പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നു, അവിടെയാണ് ഈ ലീഗൽ മെഷീനറിയുടെ ഒരു ഇമ്പാക്റ്റ്. പക്ഷേ അതിൽ പോലും ചിലപ്പോൾ ഒരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ തോന്നുന്നത്, മെറ്റേണിറ്റി ബെനിഫിറ്റ് ഉൾപ്പെടെ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ നമുക്കറിയാം, ഗവൺമെൻറ് പബ്ലിക് സെക്ടറിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നവർക്കാണ് 6 മാസം, അത് പണ്ട് 3 മാസം മറ്റേ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നുള്ളൂ. 1 വർഷമോ 5 വർഷം വരെയൊക്കെ, അല്ല 2 വർഷം വരെയൊക്കെ ബ്രസ്റ്റ് ഫീഡ് ചെയ്യണം എന്ന് പോളിസി പറയുന്നിടത്ത് 1 വർഷം പോലും മെറ്റേണിറ്റി ലീവ് വിമനിന് കൊടുക്കണില്ല. പക്ഷേ പെറ്റേണിറ്റി ലീവ് പണ്ട് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല, ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഔദാര്യം പോലെ 10 ദിവസമാണ് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ പെറ്റേണിറ്റി ലീവ്. പക്ഷേ ഇതേ നമ്മൾ സ്കാൻഡിനേവിയൻ കൺട്രീസിനെ പറ്റിയൊക്കെ പറയും അല്ലേ, GDI-ലും ഗ്ലോബൽ ഹാപ്പിനെസ് ഇൻഡെക്സിലും HDI-ലും ഒക്കെ മുന്നിൽ നിൽക്കുന്ന രാജ്യങ്ങളാണ്. അവിടെയൊക്കെ ഉള്ള ജെൻഡർ ഇൻക്ലൂസീവ് പോളിസി എടുത്ത് പരിശോധിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ മനസ്സിലാവും. ഈവൻ നിങ്ങൾ മാർക്ക് സക്കർബർഗിനെ പറ്റി കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും ഇല്ലേ, ഫേസ്ബുക്കിൽ വലിയ വാർത്തയായിരുന്നു, പുള്ളി കൊച്ചിനെ നോക്കാനായിട്ട് ലീവ് എടുത്ത് വീട്ടിലിരുന്നു. അവിടെ എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞാൽ പോളിസി ഭയങ്കര ലീഗലി തന്നെ അതിനെ ജെൻഡർ ഇക്വാലിറ്റിയെ എൻഹാൻസ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ളൊരു സപ്പോർട്ട് സിസ്റ്റം കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ബോത്ത് ഹസ്ബൻഡ് ആൻഡ് വൈഫ് ചേർന്നിട്ടാണ് മെറ്റേണിറ്റി ലീവ് അവർ കൊടുക്കുന്നത് തന്നെ. ആർക്ക് വേണമെങ്കിലും എടുക്കാം, ജോയിൻ്റ് ആയിട്ട് എടുക്കാം, പലപ്പോഴായിട്ട് എടുക്കാം, 1 വർഷത്തിൻ്റെ ഇടയ്ക്കിലാണ് അത് കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ കുട്ടിയുടെ ഒരു അപ്ബ്രിങ്ങിങ്, നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഫ്യൂച്ചർ സിറ്റിസൺസിൻ്റെ ഒരു അപ്ബ്രിങ്ങിങ്ങും ഒരു സൈഡിലുണ്ട്. എന്നാൽ വിമന് എംപ്ലോയ്മെൻറ്റിൽ കണ്ടിന്യൂ, നമുക്ക് തന്നെ അറിയാം എത്ര പേരാണ് തൊഴിൽ ഈ കോവിഡ് വന്നപ്പോഴും ഒക്കെ എന്താ പറയുക ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ അഫക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ളത് ഇൻഫോർമൽ സെക്ടറിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള വിമൻ ആൾക്കാരാണ്, ജോലി നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട് വീട്ടിൽ ഇരിക്കേണ്ടി വരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെയൊക്കെ ലീഗൽ കാര്യങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരുപാട് ചെയ്യാനുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ അങ്ങനെ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിലെ സിസ്റ്റം ഇപ്പോഴും ഈ പറഞ്ഞ 10 ദിവസം പെറ്റേണിറ്റി ലീവ് കൊടുക്കുന്നത് കൊണ്ട് സിസ്റ്റം തന്നെ നമ്മളോട് പറയുന്നത് ചൈൽഡ് റെയറിംഗ് ഇസ് റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റി ഓഫ് വുമൻ എലോൺ എന്നാണോ എന്ന് എനിക്കൊരു ചോദ്യമുണ്ട്. എനിക്ക് അറിഞ്ഞൂടാ. ലെറ്റ് യു ഡിറ്റർമിൻ. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Reshma song.
Good afternoon. So today I'll be talking about the topic inclusive education in India, fostering equity, combating stereotypes, and upholding dignity for all. So the major ideas that I will be covering includes the policy foundations, NEP 2020, the National Curriculum Foundation, which is NCF 2005 and their vision for inclusivity, the socially economically disadvantaged groups and children with disabilities, gender equality and breaking stereotypes in education, transgender rights and recognition in NEP 2020, the curriculum and pedagogical reforms for inclusivity, and my major area would be a comparative analysis of the SCRT textbooks in Kerala, is focusing particularly on the class 8 and 9th, comparing the older and the revised edition. So I am trying to understand how these policies are actually being applied into the curriculum and especially into the textbooks. Now coming to the introduction, I would like to begin by quoting from Nelson Mandela. So Nelson Mandela quotes education as the most powerful weapon which can be used to change the world. And the policies which include the NEP 2020 and the National Curriculum Framework NCF 2005. Both of these policies actually talk about their vision of equity and inclusion. And this can also be linked to the Sustainable Development Goals 4 and 5, which talks about quality education and also talks about gender equality. Now coming to the policy foundations. So the National Educational Policy, NEP 2020, talks about equity and inclusion. And the NEP states that full equity and inclusion must be the cornerstone of all educational decisions. This same idea was being propagated by NCF 2005, where it talks about overcoming unequal socializations. So it emphasizes on ensuring cultural diversity in classrooms. So both the NEP 2020 and NCF 2005 talks about or stresses on values such as empathy, compassion, and gender equality in education. Next is the socio-economically disadvantaged groups in the society, and these include girls, transgenders, SC, ST, OBC, and minorities. And when we observe, we recognize that disparities still exist at the secondary level. And the NEP 2020 particularly talks about the necessity of providing financial and infrastructural supports, and special economic zones are actually reserved for such minority groups. And the RPWD Act, which is the right of persons with disabilities, also ensures that barrier-free access to all students, including disabled students. Coming to gender equality and stereotypes, even though the policies talk about gender equality, we see that gaps still exist in the terms globally throughout the world. And to have an inclusive and sustainable development, equality should be provided in every aspect, including gender. But despite progress, significant disparities still exist. And gender-based violations remain as a pervasive human rights violation. And this includes violence against women And in terms of leadership, we see that women are not being politically represented much. And women also do not have equal inheritance rights. One of the major policies mentioned by NEP is the Gender Inclusion Fund given to girls and transgenders. The NCF also talks about our need to shift away from patriarchal views. So it is the role of teachers to bring gender sensitization in classrooms. Next, talking about the transgender inclusion, the NEP 2020 recognizes the rights of the transgender, and in the Gender Inclusion Fund, it talks about the necessity of including sanitation, cash transfers, and safety for transgender communities. The higher education institutes also talks about sensitization of faculty, counselors, and many aspects of the curriculum. So this would promote a step towards dignity and acceptance. Now talking about the curriculum and pedagogical reforms, we can see a shift from rote learning to a learning which actually encourages the learners to be more discovering, to make use of their creativity. And focus is given more to arts, sports, storytelling, and multilingualism is also encouraged. There is also a need to incorporate both the Indian traditions and global citizenship. Also, Parag 360 degree means that overall assessment of the students. Next is my major focus of area, which is the comparative analysis. So coming to the class 8 textbook, the older version was actually published in 2015 and the renewed version was published recently in 2025. When we take the old version, we can see that the textbook contains stereotypes. It reinforces the stereotypes pertaining to beauty roles and male strength. For example, the stories like The Mysterious Picture and The Boy Who Drew Cats actually reinforces the need of maintaining the beauty standards and also focuses on male strength. But there are some positive characters like Rosa Parks and a female police officer. But coming to the 2025 edition, we see that it is more inclusive because it includes the story of a granny which actually defies all the stereotypes of ageism. And there is the story of Malala, and it also includes Kalki Subramaniam, who is actually a transgender activist. So this incorporates broader gender identities, and it also reinforces the notion of how these gender identities need to be reinforced. In the next slide, I have given some of the pictures. So the first one is the image of Rosa Parks, and the second is an activity showing mentioning about Kalki Subramaniam, who is actually the first trans right activist. Now coming to the class 9, we can see that the 2019 edition is actually more male centered, and women are often given only supportive roles or they remain in the background. And there is also little disability focus. But coming to the 2024 edition, it actually talks more about the disabled communities, particularly Bethany Hamilton, and talks about women empowerment, focusing on Neerja Bhanot, who actually sacrificed her life. And it also includes a song from Frozen, which actually incorporates the ideals of the need to let go of all the stereotypes and to find our way in fulfilling our true potentials. So the 2024 edition in the class 9th also includes works which are more supportive of which encourages women empowerment. So in the next slide, I have given some of the images shown in the new text. So the key findings include, we see that female protagonists are more central in the revised editions, and disability is also being positively represented. That transgender communities are also being mentioned in the class 8th revised edition, that is in 2025. But a gap that still persists is that the language used is mainly male-centered, and there is a limited presence of the LGBTQ plus community. The role of teachers is that they should actually try to bridge between policy and practice. So there is a need for inclusive pedagogy training, and teachers should learn to handle the text critically, trying to challenge, helping the students to challenge the stereotypes. and teachers should encourage empathy, respect, and equality in class discussions. So the main conclusion is that NEP 2020 and NCF 2005 both include a bold vision for inclusivity, and the SCRT revision show progress, but it is an incomplete journey. Gaps still persist. We need gender neutral language. There should be a wider LGBTQ plus representation. There should be strong teacher engagement, and education should be a pathway providing equity, dignity, and unity. So I would like to end by saying a quote. Inclusive education is not just about revising textbooks or framing policies. It is about shaping classrooms where every learner, regardless of gender, ability, or background, feels seen, valued, and empowered to contribute to society. Thank you.
Audience, your turn.
I think that it is necessary to add the LGBTQ communities too, especially in the textbooks, because textbooks are actually a reflection of the society, and it actually helps the learners on how to behave or how to interact with such sort of people. So I think that it is necessary to include more on transgender communities and on other communities.
Teachers' role in gender equality. What are the teachers' role in gender equality in the classroom?
I think that teachers actually play a prominent role, and they should give equal opportunities to all the genders, including the third gender, if there is anyone. And there should be no biases based on the gender. And I think that textbooks are actually a major way through which teachers can implement these ideals into the minds of the students.
Thank you, Reshma. Now we will have our final presentation of this session. I invite Anubama AS and Sister Anjana Joshi for the same.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, all. My name is Anubama AS, and this is Sister Anjana Joshi. And our topic is education as an agent of gender socialization in India. So let us move to the first slide. Introduction. Gender socialization is the process of learning roles and expectations of being male or female. Education plays key roles. Teachers, schools, and textbooks shape the children's ideas of gender. It can either reinforce stereotypes or promote equality. So, gender socialization എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഒരു ലൈഫ് ലോങ് പ്രോസസ് ആണ്. അപ്പം നമ്മുടെ സെക്സിന്റെ ബേസിസിൽ സൊസൈറ്റിക്ക് കുറച്ച് എക്സ്പെക്ടേഷൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. ആസ് ഫീമെയിൽസ് ആൻഡ് മെയിൽസ് ആകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും നമ്മുടെ സെക്സിന്റെ ബേസിൽ എങ്ങനെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ ബിഹേവിയേഴ്സ്, ആറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡ്സ്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ എന്തൊക്കെ റോൾസ് ആണ് നമ്മൾ പ്ലേ ചെയ്യേണ്ടത് എന്നുള്ളത് സൊസൈറ്റിക്ക് ഒരു എക്സ്പെക്ടേഷൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പം ഈ ഒരു ജെൻഡർ സോഷ്യലൈസേഷൻ പ്രോസസ്സ് വഴി നമ്മൾ എങ്ങനെയാണ് സൊസൈറ്റിയുടെ ആ ഒരു എക്സ്പെക്ടേഷൻസ് കാര്യങ്ങൾ എങ്ങനെയാണ് മെയിൽ ആൻഡ് ഫീമെയിൽസിൻ്റെ ഇതിൽ സെക്സിൻ്റെ ബേസിൽ എങ്ങനെയാണ് എന്നുള്ളത് മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്ന ഒരു പ്രോസസ്സാണ് ജെൻഡർ സോഷ്യലൈസേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഈ ഒരു ടോപ്പിക്കിൽ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ജെൻഡർ സോഷ്യലൈസേഷൻ്റെ ഒരു മേജർ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പാർട്ട് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. ആസ് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷനിൽ ടീച്ചേഴ്സിൻ്റെ എക്സ്പ്രഷൻസ്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അവർ ടീച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് നമ്മുടെ കരിക്കുലം, ഇതെല്ലാം ഈ ഒരു എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ്റെ ജെൻഡർ സോഷ്യലൈസേഷനെ അഫക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഫാക്ടേഴ്സ് ആണ്. സോ ലെറ്റ് us move to the second slide, the need and significance. Even with improved literacy and enrollment, inequalities remain hidden. Hidden curriculum, teacher behaviors, and biased textbook often reinforce stereotype. Education can either reproduce inequalities or transfer society. This aligns with the NEP 2020 and Sustainable Development Goals. സോ നീഡ് ആൻഡ് സിഗ്നിഫിക്കൻസ് ഓഫ് ദ സ്റ്റഡി എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും ഇപ്പോൾ ലിറ്ററസി റേറ്റ് ഒക്കെ നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ഇൻക്രീസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പോലും സ്റ്റിൽ ആ ഒരു ഇൻഇക്വാളിറ്റി ഇപ്പോഴും നമ്മുടെ സൊസൈറ്റിയിൽ പ്രിവൈൽ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഒരുപാട് റിഫോംസ് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ആണ് നാഷണൽ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ പോളിസി 2020, നാഷണൽ പോളിസി ഓൺ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ 2020 എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇക്വാളിറ്റി ആയിട്ട് നമ്മളെ ഈക്വൽ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഫോർ ഓൾ, അതുപോലെ നമ്മുടെ കരിക്കുലത്തിൽ എങ്ങനെയാണ് കരിക്കുലം ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്, ഹോളിസ്റ്റിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ഡെവലപ്മെന്റിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് എങ്ങനെ നമ്മുടെ ആ ഒരു കരിക്കുലം ഫ്രെയിം ചെയ്യും, അതൊക്കെയാണ് ഈ ഒരു പോളിസീസിനകത്ത് മെയിനായിട്ട് പറയുന്നത്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ഗോൾസ് 4 ആൻഡ് സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ഗോൾസ് ഇൻ ഇക്വാളിറ്റീസ് ഫോർ ഓൾ ആൻഡ് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഫോർ ഓൾ. ജെൻഡർ ഡിസ്ക്രിമിനേഷൻ ഇല്ലാണ്ട് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ എല്ലാവർക്കും എങ്ങനെ പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്യാം, അതാണ് ഈ ഒരു സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ഗോൾസ് 4 and 5 മെയിനായിട്ട് പറയുന്നത്. Then the objectives of the study: to study how the school curriculum and teachers shape the gender roles and to analyze the gender representation in materials. Materials means നമ്മുടെ ടെക്സ്റ്റ് ബുക്കിൽ എങ്ങനെയാണ് നമ്മൾ ഒരു മെയിൽ ആൻഡ് ഫീമെയിൽസിനെ പോർട്രേ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ചെറിയ ക്ലാസ്സിൽ പഠിക്കുമ്പോഴാണെങ്കിൽ തന്നെ നമ്മൾ ഓരോരുത്തരുടെയും റോൾസ് കാണിക്കുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും അമ്മമാരുടെയൊക്കെ ഫിഗേഴ്സ് വെക്കാറുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് പെട്ടെന്ന് മനസ്സിലാകുന്നത് അവർ ആ ഒരു ജോലി മാത്രം ചെയ്യും, ആ ഒരു രീതിയിലൊരു ഇത് വരും. അതുപോലെ മെയിൽസിൻ്റെ ആണെങ്കിൽ പോലും എപ്പോഴും ഓഫീസ് വർക്ക് ആ ഒരു രീതിയിലത്തെ ഒരു പിക്ചർ മാത്രം പോർട്രേ ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും കുട്ടികൾക്ക് കൂടുതലും അതായിരിക്കും അവരുടെ മനസ്സിലേക്ക് വരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ കുറച്ച് കരിക്കുലത്തിലൊക്കെ വ്യത്യാസം വരുത്തി ആ ഒരു പിക്ചർ പോർട്രേ ചെയ്യുന്നതിൽ തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ഫീമെയിൽസിന് കുറച്ചുകൂടി ലീഡർഷിപ്പ് ക്വാളിറ്റീസ് ഒക്കെ ഇൻക്രീസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന രീതിയിലത്തേക്കുള്ള പിക്ചേഴ്സ് ഒക്കെ പോർട്രേ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ അത് കുറച്ച് യൂസ്ഫുൾ ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതിനെ അനലൈസ് ചെയ്യുക. ആൻഡ് ടു സ്റ്റഡി ദ ചാലഞ്ചസ് ഫോർ ഗേൾസ് ആൻഡ് ഓൾസോ ഇവാലുവേറ്റ് ദി policies like the MEP 2020 and Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. The scope and limitations of the study mainly focuses on the school level education in rural and urban areas and also examines the teacher curriculums and policies, and the limitations relies on the secondary data cover only schools, and it is a snapshot to study not only the long term. And now I welcome Sister Ranjana Joshi for the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Anubama. Let's go for the analysis part of this paper. It's a qualitative study using secondary data, large data sets, textbook analysis, and past studies on gender gaps. It's combined with teacher insight to identify patterns of gender bias and policy impact. Analysis and interpretation. Curriculum. Equitable content improves girls' positive attitude towards gender equality. Teachers, equal attendance boosts girls' attendance, confidence and school completion. അതായത് ടീച്ചേഴ്സിൻ്റെ മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റ് കുട്ടികളിൽ കൂടുതലായിട്ട് ഇൻഫ്ലുവൻസ് ചെയ്യും. അതായത് അവരുടെ ക്ലാസ്സിൽ വരാനുള്ള പ്രോത്സാഹനവും അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ അവർക്ക് ക്ലാസ് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ അവരുടെ കോൺഫിഡൻസ് വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കാനുമായിട്ട് ടീച്ചേഴ്സിന് സാധിക്കും. അതായത് ഇവരുടെ ടീച്ചേഴ്സിൻ്റെ ബിഹേവിയറും ആറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡും എല്ലാം കുട്ടികളിൽ ഇൻസ്പിറേഷൻ ആവാനുള്ള സാധ്യതകളുണ്ട്. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ടെക്സ്റ്റ് ബുക്സ്. വുമൺ സ്റ്റിൽ അണ്ടർ റിപ്രസെൻറ്റഡ് ഇൻ ലീഡർഷിപ്പ് ഓർ പ്രൊഫഷണൽ റോൾസ്. അതായത് സ്റ്റീം ഫീൽഡുകളിലേക്കും പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ഫീൽഡുകളിലേക്കുമുള്ള കുട്ടികളെ ഫീമെയിൽ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളെ കൂടുതലായിട്ട് എൻകറേജ് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അവർക്ക് കൂടുതലായിട്ടുള്ള ചാൻസ് ലഭിക്കുന്നതാണ്. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ചലഞ്ചസ്. റൂറൽ സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലുള്ള ഗേൾസ് ചിൽഡ്രൻസിന് ഒരുപാട് ബാരിയേഴ്സ് അവർ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അതായത് ഡിസ്റ്റൻസ്, സേഫ്റ്റി, സാനിറ്റേഷൻ ആൻഡ് ഹൗസ് ഹോൾഡ് ഡ്യൂട്ടീസ്, ഇതെല്ലാം അവർക്കൊരു ബാരിയേഴ്സായിട്ട് വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ദെൻ നെക്സ്റ്റ് വൺ പോളിസീസ്. NEP 2020 and Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao improve awareness but need stronger local implementation. Then we go for suggestions. Revise textbook for balanced gender roles. Then train teachers in gender sensitive teaching. Then provide safe transport, sanitation and secure schools. Then encourage girls in STEAM and leadership fields. Involve community for effective policy actions. So let's move for the end of the presentation. Education is both a reinforcing and transformative force. Teacher and curriculum plays a decisive role. Policies exist but never proper implementation. True gender equality requires inclusive content, supportive teachers and safe infrastructure and community participations. Thank you.
Audience may ask questions now.
ഓക്കെ, അപ്പം ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, നമ്മൾ മെയിൽസിനെയും ഫീമെയിൽസിനെയും പോർട്രേ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഇപ്പം നമുക്കറിയാം, കുഞ്ഞു ക്ലാസ്സിലോട്ടെ ടെക്സ്റ്റ് ബുക്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ഈ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞില്ല, അമ്മമാരൊക്കെ മെയിൻലി കുക്കിംഗ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഫോട്ടോസൊക്കെ ഇങ്ങനെ കാണിക്കുമല്ലോ. ആ ഒരു രീതിയിലൊക്കെ ഉള്ള ഫോട്ടോ കാണിപ്പിക്കും. കൊച്ചിലെ തൊട്ട് തന്നെ പിള്ളേരുടെ മനസ്സിൽ ആ ഒരു ഇതങ്ങ് വരികയാണ്. മീൻസ് അവർ ആ ഒരു റോള് മാത്രം ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാരാണ് എന്നുള്ള ഒരു രീതിയിൽ ആ ഒരു ഇതങ്ങ് പതിയാണ്. പിന്നെ നമുക്കത് മാറി വരാൻ ഒരുപാട് ടൈം എടുക്കും. അപ്പം നമ്മുടെ മനസ്സിൽ പിന്നെ അവർക്ക് ആ ഒരു ജോലിയാണ് ആ വിമൻസിന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളത്. അതുപോലെ മെന്നിനെ കാണിക്കുമ്പോൾ കുറച്ചുകൂടി ഓഫീസ് വർക്ക് റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള പിക്ചർ അതിലിങ്ങനെ വരുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും മെന്നിന് തോന്നുകയാണ് നമ്മൾ മറ്റേ ജോലിയൊന്നും ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ല, നമ്മളുടെ ഒരു ഇത് ഈ ഒരു ജോലിയാണ് നമുക്ക് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളത് എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ കുഞ്ഞിലെ തൊട്ടേ നമ്മുടെ മനസ്സിൽ ആ ഒരു പിക്ചർ അങ്ങ് ഇതാവുകയാണ്. അപ്പം കുറച്ചുകൂടി കരിക്കുലത്തിലാണെങ്കിൽ തന്നെ അങ്ങനത്തെ പിക്ചർ അങ്ങനത്തെ പിക്ചറിനോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ബോത്ത് പിക്ചേഴ്സും ഇൻക്ലൂഡ് ചെയ്യണം. പക്ഷേ കുറച്ചുകൂടി ലീഡർഷിപ്പ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളിലേക്ക് വിമൻസിന്റെ പോർട്രേ ചെയ്ത് കൊടുക്കുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും ആ ഒരു കുഞ്ഞിലെ തൊട്ട് തന്നെ ആ ഒരു ഇനീക്വാളിറ്റി അവിടെ നിന്ന് മാറിക്കിട്ടാൻ വേണ്ടി സഹായിക്കും. അപ്പം അത് ഈ ഒരു ഫ്രെയിം വർക്ക് ഒക്കെ ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ആ കരിക്കുലത്തിൽ കുറച്ച് ഇമ്പ്രൂവ്മെന്റ്സ് ഒക്കെ വരുത്തി കഴിയുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും ആ ഒരു സ്റ്റീരിയോ ടൈപ്പ് തന്നെ ചേഞ്ച് ആവും.
നമ്മൾ കുട്ടികളെ വളരെയധികം ഇൻഫ്ലുവൻസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന വ്യക്തികളാണ് ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പം നമ്മുടെ ബിഹേവിയർ, നമ്മുടെ ആറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡ്, നമ്മൾ അവരെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, ക്ലാസ്സുകളിൽ ചിലപ്പോൾ അവരുടെ പേര് വിളിച്ച് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്താണ് ആഗ്രഹം, ആവാനുള്ള ആഗ്രഹം എന്താണെന്നൊക്കെ ചോദിച്ച് അവരെ കൂടുതലായിട്ട് എൻകറേജ് ചെയ്യുക. പിന്നെ ഒരു ഫീൽഡിലേക്ക് കൂടുതലായിട്ട് ആൺകുട്ടികളെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പെൺകുട്ടികളെ റിസർവ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, അങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ അവരിൽ നിന്ന് മാറ്റിയെടുക്കുക. ഇതൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് ക്ലാസ്സുകളിൽ നിന്ന് അവർക്ക് ബോധവൽക്കരണം നൽകാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. സൊസൈറ്റിയിൽ, അതായത് ലോക്കലായിട്ടുള്ള സൊസൈറ്റീസിലൊക്കെ ഈ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പേരൻസിനും കുട്ടികൾക്കും ഒപ്പം ഇരുത്തി അവർക്ക് അവയർനെസ് ക്ലാസ്സുകൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വേറെ, അതായത് ഒരു എക്സാമ്പിളായിട്ട് പറയുവാണെങ്കിൽ സയൻറ്റിസ്റ്റുകൾ, ഫീമെയിൽ സയൻറ്റിസ്റ്റുകളൊക്കെ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് കാണിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുക. പിന്നെ മൗണ്ടൻ ക്ലൈംബ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാരെയൊക്കെ, സ്ത്രീകൾ, ഫീമെയിൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാരെയൊക്കെ അവർക്ക് പരിചയപ്പെടുത്തി കൊടുക്കുക. ഇത് ഫീമെയിൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനും സാധിക്കുമെന്ന് അവർക്ക് കാണിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുക. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you, Sister Anjana and Anupama.
ഒന്ന് രണ്ട് കാര്യം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞോട്ടെ. നിങ്ങൾ 5 പേര് പ്രസൻറ്റ് ചെയ്തു, 5 അല്ല 2 പേപ്പർ ചെയ്തവരുണ്ട്. നല്ല രീതിയിൽ നിങ്ങൾ പ്രസൻറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾ വളരെ കുറച്ച് സമയം കൊണ്ട് വളരെ ഭംഗിയായിട്ട് നിങ്ങളിത് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് രാജേഷ് സാറിന് പ്രത്യേക അഭിനന്ദനങ്ങൾ. സാർ വളരെ ഭംഗിയായിട്ട് അത് ഡേറ്റ എടുത്ത് വളരെ ഭംഗിയായിട്ട് ചെയ്തു. പിന്നെ ജ്യോതിസും സോണ, ഇവർ 2 പേരും ഞാൻ വായിച്ചു നോക്കുമായിരുന്നു. ഒത്തിരിയും പേജസ് ഉണ്ട്. നല്ല രീതിയിലത് ബിബ്ലിയോഗ്രഫി നല്ലതായിട്ട് വായിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇല്ല ജ്യോതിസ്, നല്ല ബിബ്ലിയോഗ്രഫി നല്ലതായിട്ട് വായിച്ച്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഒത്തിരിയും ബുക്കുകൾ റെഫർ ചെയ്ത് നല്ലതായിട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. പ്രത്യേകം 2 പേർക്ക്, ജ്യോതിഷിനും സോണായിക്കും പ്രത്യേക അഭിനന്ദനങ്ങൾ ഞാൻ അറിയിക്കുന്നു. അടുത്തത് ഡോക്ടർ രമ്യ കൃഷ്ണനാണ്, എൻ്റെ സ്റ്റുഡൻ്റാണ്. വളരെ നന്നായിട്ട്, സത്യം പറഞ്ഞാൽ എൻ്റെ അത് സത്യം പറഞ്ഞ ചോദ്യം പോലും ചോദിക്കാനില്ലായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ തന്നെ അവർക്ക് അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് പാർട്ടിസിപ്പൻസ് ചോദ്യങ്ങളൊന്നും ചോദിക്കുന്നത്. ഞാൻ പിന്നെ ചോദിച്ചു വളരെ ഭംഗിയായിട്ട് ടീച്ചർ ആ ഡേറ്റ എടുത്ത്, എന്നുവെച്ചാൽ നമുക്ക് ഡേറ്റ കിട്ടാൻ ഭയങ്കര പാടാണ്, പക്ഷേ നമുക്ക് നെറ്റ് സെർച്ച് ചെയ്താൽ ഡേറ്റ കിട്ടും. വെച്ചാൽ കറണ്ട് ഡേറ്റ എടുത്താണ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളും ഈ നമ്മളൊരു പേപ്പർ പ്രസൻറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് കറണ്ട് ഡേറ്റാസ് എടുത്ത് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ അതിനൊരു ഒതൻറ്റിസിറ്റി ഉണ്ട്. അതിൻ്റെ ഇവിടെ നിന്നെല്ലാം കറക്റ്റായിട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ടീച്ചറിനും പ്രത്യേക അഭിനന്ദനങ്ങൾ. രേഷ്മ ഒറ്റയ്ക്കാണ് ചെയ്തത്. വളരെ ഭംഗിയായിട്ട് അത് ചെയ്ത് രേഷ്മ മിടുക്കി കേട്ടോ, നല്ലതായിട്ട് വളരെ ഭംഗിയായിട്ട് ചെയ്തു, മിടുക്കി നല്ല രീതിയിൽ അത് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അതായത് ഫോസ്റ്ററിന് ഇക്വാലിറ്റി ഇൻക്ലൂസീവ് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷനെ കുറിച്ചാണ് ചെയ്ത് വളരെ നന്നായിട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പിന്നെ അടുത്ത 2 പേര് അനുപമ എസ്, സിസ്റ്റർ അഞ്ജനി ജോഷി, അവർ 2 പേരും ഡേറ്റ അനാലിസിസ് ചെയ്താണ് ചെയ്തത്. എടുത്ത ഡേറ്റയെ അവരെടുത്ത് അനാലിസിസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട്, അങ്ങനെയാണ് ചെയ്യുവാണെങ്കിൽ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ബെറ്ററാണ്. കിട്ടിയ ഡേറ്റയെ എടുത്ത് നമ്മൾ അനാലിസിസ് ചെയ്ത് അതിൻ്റെ ഫൈൻഡിങ്സ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴാണ് അതിലൊരു നമ്മൾ എന്തെങ്കിലും അതിൽ ചെയ്തു എന്ന് പറയും. പക്ഷെ 2 പേരും നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഈ ഇത്രയും പേർക്ക് പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു എല്ലാം കൂടെ ഒരു 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 പേർക്ക് പ്രത്യേക അഭിനന്ദനങ്ങൾ. ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the close of this session, I take this opportunity to express my gratitude. First, I thank our respected chairperson, Dr. Pramod Thomas Jones, Associate Professor, Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla, for presiding over the session and offering us guidance. I extend my sincere appreciation to the participants for their insightful presentation and valuable ideas. My thanks also go to the audience for your attention and involvement, which made the session meaningful. With a gratitude to all who contributed to the success of this program, I conclude my vote of thanks. Thank you.
We have our second section of this presentation after lunch break. Also, I request all the participants to collect the participation certificates from the registration counter.
അറിയാൻ പരമോന്നതനേ കൃപ ചൊരിക. പരമാത്മാവിൻ പൊരുളറിയാൻ പരമോന്നതനേ കൃപ ചൊരിക. ദർശനവേള
and her insights into a collective journey over these 2 days will provide the perfect opening for our concluding ceremony. May I now request Betsy ma'am to formally welcome the gathering.
Thank you for those beautiful words, Jyotis and Anna. Esteemed guests, dignitaries of and on the dais, and dear participants, I'm extremely happy to welcome you all to the fruitful ending of this 2-day international seminar termed, what is the name of our seminar? Yes, you know it, Multifaceted Perspectives of Gender Education Reaching the Unreached. This is a seminar that has been ongoing every year from the year 2020 onwards. This is one of the best practices of the institution, and we know about the SDGs, and this is our step in conscientizing future teachers towards gender equality or attaining the SDG 5. Now that is a term that has been ingrained into your mind. SDG 5 is for gender equality. That would be, I think, one of the greatest takeaways of this seminar itself. As we know, gender education is not about uplifting one gender, it is about changing mindsets. We had a beautiful paper yesterday which was discussing about the psychological burden of men in being the upper gender. So it is our duty to supplement, the first words that Nimi teacher said, to complement and supplement each other, not to be over another gender. Now, in this way, I believe that our mindsets have changed at least one step in understanding the other gender and in taking forward gender equity and equality. Now, let me enter into my duty. Our principal, the general convener, Professor Dr. Nimi Maria Umen, has been instrumental in conducting this seminar over the years. It is only this year that this baton was handed over to Surami teacher and Pramod sir. Till now, Nimi teacher had been conducting this seminar. She was the convener, and she has been the guiding force behind the seminar, who to call, what to do when. She has been guiding us. It is with extreme pleasure that I invite Nimi teacher to preside over this function, this valedictory type. Our main speaker is Professor Dr. Mariama Matthew teacher. Teacher is a program convener of CTEF and currently the head of department of our MAT department. Through our Onam program and different opportunities, we have understood what a good orator Mariama teacher is. And we are waiting eagerly to hear from you, your perspectives on gender equity and equality, which will be the last theme type of paper that we, information that we will be getting today. Very humbly and very honestly, I invite Mariama teacher to this function. Two of our delegates will be presenting their reflections. Ajmi JS will be presenting her reflection from the participation side, and Anubama AS of Commerce Optional will be presenting her part from the organizing side from Titus II Teachers College. Ajmi is a first-year MEd student of Basilius Marthoma Matthew II Teachers College of Teacher Education, Kottarakara. I warmly welcome both of you who volunteered to reflect, give your reflections in this session. Welcome to this meeting. Dr. Pramod Thomas George, Dr. Suramya Matai. They were the staff coordinators of this program. We have never seen them sitting. They have been running all over the place, arranging things, getting things done in time. Both are very academically brilliant in their careers, and you know about that. Very humbly, I welcome both of you to this meeting, to the valedictory session of this meeting. We had with us two student coordinators. Through them, under one unit, as one unit, all the activities, all the different committees we have steered. Who were they? Deepu and Sona. I welcome both of you for all your participation and all your guidance. Thank you. Welcome to this meeting. Our live streaming would never have been possible if we didn't have a technical expert with us. And we are very happy to have that person as a student of us too. We had Rohan with us. Rohan, welcome to this session. And thank you for coordinating everything. Our prayer song was rendered by the college choir, and the anchors for this day were Jyotis and Hannah. I welcome you to this meeting. We have heard about the Rosenthal effect, where students turn out who teachers want them to be. So whatever mindset with which we want our students to be, that mindset has to be shown or given to those students by their teachers. You are the important people of this seminar, the participants, the future teachers, especially the teacher educators. So you are the crux or the main components of this seminar. Our resource persons were there. Other than that, the future teachers are our important part. I wholeheartedly welcome all the future teachers and the teachers, the MEd department and our B.Ed faculty to this meeting. Again, nothing would have been possible without the cooperation of the office staff or our administrative wing. They have been working behind the curtains. They have been helping us in all our endeavors. I very wholeheartedly welcome all our administrative staff to this valedictory session. Well, let's change mindsets. Let's embrace gender-sensitive, responsive pedagogy. We have got a whole lot of ideas to carry back with us when we go to our destinations. Our homes, where we need to have gender equality, and our workplaces, where also we are going to expect gender equality. So wishing that these 2 days of deliberations have been fruitful for each of you. I wholeheartedly welcome you, all of you once again, and retire from my duty. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy ma'am, for those inspiring words that beautifully capture the essence of our seminar journey. We welcome you also to this formal gathering.
To comprehensively understand the impact and outcomes of our 2-day deliberations, we now invite Dr. Pramod Thomas George, our faculty coordinator, to present the resume of the seminar.
Dr. Pramod Thomas George has been the academic backbone of this seminar, and his comprehensive overview will help us appreciate the depth and breadth of discussions we have had over these enriching 2 days. We now request Pramod sir to present the resume of this seminar.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and dear participants, good afternoon to all. Let me present the resume of the conference 2-day International Multidisciplinary Seminar on Multi-Faceted Perspectives on Gender Education Reaching the Unreached, organized by Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla, in collaboration with Council for Education Administration and Management, CEAM, and Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala State, CTEF. Day 1, 16th September 2025. Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla, in collaboration with the Council for Education Administration and Management and Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala State, has organized a 2-day international multidisciplinary seminar on multifaceted perspectives on gender education reaching the unreached, happening in a blended mode on 16th and 17th of September 2025. The seminar was presided over by Professor Dr. Nimi Maria Women, the principal of Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla, coordinated by Dr. Pramod Thomas George and Dr. Surumia Mathai, and assisted by student coordinators Mr. Vijay Bibu and Ms. Sona Anna Joseph. On 16th September, the first day of the seminar took place offline sharp at 9:50 a.m. in the auditorium of Titus II Teachers College. The dignitaries presented for the day were Dr. V.M. Shashikumar, the founder president of CEAM India, and Dr. M.S. Geeta, former Dean, Faculty of Education, University of Kerala, and National Working President, CEAM India, and Professor Dr. Rajeshri K. The day began with an impressive inaugural ceremony that commenced with a prayer, setting an inclusive tone for the event. The welcoming address was given by Dr. Surumia Mathai, the seminar coordinator, throwing light towards the topic in concern. The presiding address was given by Professor Dr. Nimi Maria Women, Principal of Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla, the General Secretary of CEAM and CTEF. The program was officially inaugurated by Dr. V.M. Shashikumar with his inaugural address, wherein he shared his knowledge and insight on gender education. The keynote address for the day was given by Dr. M.S. Geeta, whose vast experience helped us in understanding the status of education at both local and national level. The facilitations speech were given by Mr. Arun Sedu, Chairperson of College Union, whose powerful words emphasized the importance of understanding diverse gender perspectives in today's world. After this, a token of appreciation was given to each of the speakers, thus marked an end to the inaugural ceremony with a vote of thanks by Mr. Vijay Bibu, the student coordinator. After a short recess, the first session for the day commenced at 11:20 a.m., which involved the theme presentation 1 by Bobby Mehanda on the topic Navigating Gender Dynamic in Education and Society. The second session was commenced at 12:20 p.m., which involved the theme presentation 2 by Lena Gurung on the topic From Promise to Practice, Rethinking Gender Equality Today. The third session was commenced at 1:35 p.m., which involved theme presentation 3 by Professor Dr. Rajeshri K on the topic SDG 5, Educating for Equality, a Multidisciplinary Approach to Reaching the Unreached. The last schedule of the day was offline and online presentation, which involved students from various colleges and students, teachers of Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla. The offline sections was commenced at 2:50 and 2:50 to 4 p.m. The chairpersons for the event were Professor Dr. Mariama Matthew, HOD, M.Ed Department, Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla, Dr. Shoshama Varghese, Associate Professor, M.Ed Department, Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla, Dr. Betsy Joseph E. and Dr. Surumia Mathai, Assistant Professors, B.Ed Department, Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla. The online section was commenced at 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. Dr. Shalini KJ, Government Guest Lecturer, B.Ed Department, Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla, and Mary Sindhu J, Associate Professor, Karmal Rani Training College, Kollam, chaired the session. This marked the end for the first day of the international seminar, which all in together provide a platform for the exchange of idea and experience in the area of gender education, with a focus on ensuring that the education reach even the most marginalized individuals. Day 2, 17th September 2025. The seminar commenced with a prayer song. Ms. Kripa Anna Koshi provided a brief summary of the discussions and presentation of the first day. The report was read to ensure that attendees were all informed about the key takeaway from the initial session. After the report of day 1, the session began with an theme presentation for online commenced at 9:45 a.m. by Kingsley Seddon on the topic promoting gender equality and social inclusion in schools, building on what children values and aspire to do and be. The next session 5, panel discussion, initiated at 10:15 a.m. moderated by Professor Dr. Bindu B, Professor MULTI-FACETED Training College, Thiruvalla, and the panelists were Dr. Anu Krishna R, Principal, PTM College of Education, Trivandrum, Dr. Sojia John, Associate Professor, Mount Tabor Training College, Pathanavaram, Dr. Biju G, Assistant Professor, Basilius Marthoma Matthews, College of Teacher Education, Kottarakara. The last session on the day was online and offline paper presentation, which comprised students from various colleges and students, teachers of Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla. The forenoon offline presentation begins at 11:30 to 12:30 p.m. Dr. Pramod Thomas George, Associate Professor, Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla, and Dr. Shalini KJ, Government Guest Lecturer, Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla, chaired the section. The afternoon offline sections were started at 1:30 to 3 p.m. and Dr. Revati N, Assistant Professor, NSS Training College, Chenasheri, and Dr. Jayalashmi R, Assistant Professor, NSS Training College, Chenasheri, chaired the section. The last session of the day, online presentation, was activated at 6:30 to 7:30, and Dr. Sam Thomas Joy, Assistant Professor, Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla, and Dr. Ansi S, Associate Professor, MULTI-FACETED Training College, Trivandrum, chaired the section. This year was hard. 70 paper presentations and 170 participants from different parts of India, including Haryana, Assam, Tamil Nadu, Punjab, Mumbai, and also participated from Australia and UAE. Now we are going to witness a valedictory section. Hope you all will enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pramod Thomas, sir, for that comprehensive summary that truly captures the transformative nature of academic discourse.
We are deeply privileged to hear from our esteemed principal and general convener, Professor Dr. Nimi Maria Omen, whose vision and leadership have made this international seminar possible.
Professor Dr. Nimi Maria Omen's guidance has been the cornerstone of the seminar's success, and her remarks will provide valuable insights into the future directions of gender education at our institution and beyond. We now request Nimi ma'am to deliver her remarks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, dear teacher educators, loving participants, good afternoon to one and all. At the very outset, I thank God Almighty for showering His abundant blessings over the years, and in particular these 2 days, because as the head of the institution, my heart is filled with gratitude and joy. I don't know how to start. It was really a great teamwork, filled with spirit, a collaborative work from all sides, not only from our college, not only from Titus family, from the Council for Educational Administration and Management, providing the appropriate resource persons, the guidance from the Council for Teacher Education Foundation. The 117 participants and the 70 paper presentations and all the resource papers. In fact, every papers are resource persons and the resource persons. What do you all feel? We are all now got beads of wisdom, as I have said in my presidential address yesterday. From where we started. This gender education seminar started in the year 2020 as we were with full of fear during the COVID period. At that time, the then principal, Dr. Anita Mathai ma'am, asked me a question, what can we do during this COVID period? Just a thought flashed through my mind, and that was bloomed like this, and everybody added color to it, and God blessed that thought. And 5 years, this has escalated or grown like into this beautiful international seminar. In the initial stage, it was webinar, then it turned to be into the blended mode. And I know it is not just one person, it is a society that helped us to grow in this way. So at this time, I would like to thank everybody who worked, who toiled hard to make this a big success. The different committees who are working for many days, because the intellectual labor, the physical labor from the faculty coordinators, especially Pramod sir and Suremya ma'am, for days and days they were working, thoroughly they were working, even without sleep. And the student coordinators, we should give them a big hand, Deepu and Sona. Because I know how much hard it is to put all the intellectual input to one single point and fill all the loopholes and see that everything goes well. It is not an easy task. Our mind and our body should reach that right track. And the academic coordinator, Betsy ma'am, and the entire Emma team, and definitely special congratulations to Mariama teacher, because her versatile and vast experience has helped a lot. Shoshama teacher and all the MEd faculty, the BEd faculty, and our administrative wing. Their support is marvelous. I would use that word. Then only things will work. And the student community. I was just going through some of the paper which they have put, not just ordinary paper, some statements, some slogans, some wordings. I think we should collect them and make it some document for gender education. So, Ramya teacher, will you do that? This one, all the cuttings. We will make it a document because it is the result of their hard work. And all the participants, I really congratulate you all, because only this year I have found that much of effort from the students. I asked Surami teacher, are the students doing something in their classroom? She replied, I have asked every student to bring something. That was her vision. My vision was just to have something, but her vision was to bring the entire community, have something from their side. So gender is actually a mindset. Our thoughts should move into action. And that is our expectation. You may be representing the Generation Z category, but you may be teaching in future the Generation Alpha or Beta. So mind should change. But at the same time, I got my word. We should be aware, whatever gender we learn, we should be aware of our personal space also. Gender doesn't teach that you have to mingle in any way. We have to be aware, fully aware of our gender, our personal space, then have the interaction, whether it is in the classroom or whether it is in the society, or else it will tarnish our personality. That will create danger. So I am going to conclude my words once again from the bottom of my heart. I really extend all good words, bouquet of gratitude to all the committees, the reception, the registration, the program, the refreshment, what else? Certificate writing, all the committees, I would use that word, and all who have given their time, given their inputs for that, all the students, everyone have worked well, and I am fully satisfied, and all the participants. Yes, I am coming to that. And special congratulations, dear Rohan. Fully you are here, the live streaming from your side, and your sir is always reminding us, talk about Rohan, talk about Rohan. Pramod sir is always reminding us, the anchoring team for the different sessions and all. Everybody, they have worked, the registration committee, that's what I said, everyone in this college, even the office side, because they were doing all the groundwork, the support for me. And one sorry part from my side, because I could not spare my full time here, because I have to adjust my time with the office also. Then the paper presentation, the online and offline, because online it is somewhat difficult to manage, because in some cases it will create some trouble, but that also went well. I think today evening also we are having online presentations to go, because this is the first time that we are having 70 presentations. That's a huge number. 70. It's a big number. So hopefully we will pray that in the coming years also this will move well. And once again, thank all. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Nimi ma'am, for your inspiring leadership and those thought-provoking remarks that will guide us in our future endeavors.
We now have the honor of receiving the valedictory message from Professor Dr. Mariamma Matthew, Program Convener CTEF and Head of the MA Department, Titus II Teachers College.
Professor Dr. Mariamma Matthew's extensive experience in teacher education and her role as program convener makes her the perfect person to deliver our valedictory message, encapsulating the significance of this seminar in the broader context of educational transformation. We humbly request Mariamma ma'am to give the valedictory message.
Thank you. Thank you, the anchors, once again for the lovely words. Respected Principal Professor Dr. Nimi Maria Woman, the loving coordinators of the two-day international seminar on multifaceted perspectives of gender education reaching the unreached, Dr. Pramod Thomas George and Dr. Suramya Mathai, Dr. Betsy Joseph, Ms. Sona Anna Joseph, all the Deebu, student representative coordinator, then respected delegates, the teaching and non-teaching faculty, teaching staff of this college, representatives from different college, and my dear students. From yesterday onwards, we were hearing about gender roles, gender equity, gender equality, gender sensitization, gender socialization, stereotypes, etc. Right. So I don't think there is much to discuss today, as we are coming to the end of the two-day seminar on the topic gender education. But I want to leave some sparks within you so that you can carry it over till our next seminar, right? Because I heard that this started in the year 2000, from webinar to seminar, then to the blended mode or the hybrid mode, right? And I was closely associated with this college on the same topic, that is the same seminar on gender education, as what is called during the paper presentation, as the chair of the paper presentation in a webinar, I think. And also why this seminar on the same topic is going on within these years. What is your opinion? It is because, according to my opinion, it is because this is a burning issue always, right? gender is a burning issue. Even though years have passed, even though yesterday we heard that to make a change on this issue, it will take some 300 years or 150 years. This goes on every year. That is, we know as technology has improved a lot. We have come from how to use the computers, how to use the keyboard, to the what is called the artificial intelligence, and we have got the latest app on artificial intelligence, that is the Gemini AI, where we can transform ourselves into a very wonderful woman. Is that maybe from the 1980s? I have just practiced it last day. That is, just give me a picture of the 1980s, and I uploaded my selfie there, and to my wonder and excitement, what I got was a pop singer, because in the 1980s the pop singers were very popular at that time, right? So my face is something likewise some 50% my face was there, but I had got some blue what is called eyelashes and all, and with different colored hair and a short top and all like that. That is the pop singer. So my children were laughing over it and told, you don't put it as status, because I am a status crazy person. You don't, please, because you are a retired principal, don't put that as your status, right? So what we are remaining till that, in that position now, right? Maybe next month new apps will come, and we will forget all the Gemini AI and all this AI and all. Maybe something new will come, right? But the gender issues always remain the same, because we are living in a society, maybe in a nuclear family or maybe in a joint family, where the members of the family have got different notions or opinion about gender, right? How boys and how girls and how others should behave in the society. So we are always discussing. From yesterday onwards, we have heard a wonderful what is called discussions on gender education. That is, the presenters who presented it were sticking on to their opinion. That is, they have got lots to present. That is, they have got different examples from the global perspective to bring here. And we heard it in such a what is called in amazement that we have got lot of points related to gender education. So I say that it is not what is called an academic pursuit. It should not be considered as an academic thing, right? But it should be something related to the society or the social intervention, because we know the members of the society should intervene in the issues related to gender. But how to make it a social intervention, that can be made only through education, right? Because we know we are living in a well-educated society, and teachers, as Biju sir and all others have told, that is, teachers are the changing agents of the society. Because when the curriculum in education, both B.Ed and M.Ed were revised, what happened was the name of the teacher was removed from there, and many things came there. That is, many terms were used, such as facilitator, mentor, social engineer, knowledge worker, scaffolder, like this, many names or terms were used, right? So a person who can engineer, that is, make changes in the society, is termed as a social engineer. So a teacher can make the changes, or teacher as the social agents or change makers of the society. So social intervention should be there when we come to the gender issues. And also it should be related to the social context in which we are living. We know yesterday the guest told that in Meghalaya there was more gender equality than in other states, right? So the society there, or the societal context there, is something different from us. And we are very living in a wonderful country which has got lot of cultures, lot of social context, lot of cultures, lot of different languages and customs, and also the dressing habits, and also even the language is different, and even the lifestyles are different, and even people coming from Kerala is different from the looks of the people from Tamil Nadu, right? Even though we share the boundaries with Tamil Nadu and Karnataka and all. And we know that as far as gender education is concerned, we have to take it as a social context. And also, last day I delivered a lecture at the Tilak College of Education, Pune, Maharashtra, and it was in connection with the International Literacy Day that we commemorate on September 8th, right? And in International Literacy Day, I told that the major thing is that is what is happening in our country and globally also is that I related it with the four what is called the SDGs, okay? And here we give importance to gender equality. And also, in that context, I told that globally we know that 770 million people, million adults are illiterate, okay? Are illiterate. Can you imagine? 770 million adults are illiterate, and out of which 60% are women. So more than average, 60% of 770 million, right? So there is what is called disparity in literacy also as far as gender is concerned. That is when we compare it with gender terms. Okay, women are illiterate. So what happened to this? The causes of this is because there is no access to education, quality education, and also lot of child marriages and lot of what is called girls not allowed to go for higher education because they will be confined to household works, looking after their siblings and helping the parents and all. The reasons are many, right? So education is a very important part to what is called remove this. That is, literacy is a very important factor to remove this what is called the gender inequality. And also this can be developed in classrooms, and many people here have what is called suggested ways by which it can be brought into the classroom interactions. So my research scholar, she wanted to work on gender stereotypes, right? And so she told that she is going to prepare or develop a module, and the title of that research work is Development of an Instructional Module in Gender Sensitization for Enhancing Awareness on Gender Equality and Gender Stereotypes among students, among secondary school students. So she has prepared a module. She is a sociology person, and so she has got number of ideas, and so she has come up with a number of instructional modules, not one module, lot of modules to be included in the high school syllabus. Okay, and the open defense is yet to come, but she is very confident that this will help to bring about what is called gender equality, understand about gender equality, make the students aware of gender equality and gender stereotypes. Okay, and what she said was that this can be applied in all subjects, not only in science but also in history, but in languages. And once the students are aware, they are going to become the future people, future generation who is going to become the useful members of the society. They can make these things possible in their generation or in their period of time. Okay, so I think such type of curriculum should be, because that should be the grassroots level. That is, make the students understand first. Sometimes it may not be possible in all families, right? So it can be made possible in schools, in the classrooms, where the teachers become the social engineers and the social agents of change. So we have been talking about reaching the unreached, and we know, even though we say that Kerala is having full literacy, digital literacy and all, India is far ahead of all other countries and all, yet there are remote areas or villages where girls are not at all educated, and there we know there is a community called the LGBTQ plus community. That also is an unreached, right? Because we know, when we talked about a classroom, if a transgender comes into a class, what will be his position, right? So think of that in that perspective, in a wider perspective, not the male, the female alone, because we have to include all these communities also when we talk on gender education, right? So I hope you have read the book, that is Ram Care of Anandi. Have you heard of the book? Anybody read the book? The whole book? Okay. In it, there is a trans woman, right? Can you mention the name of that woman? Malli. Malli is the name of that woman. Okay. So Ram was in pursuit of higher education, right? So he went to Chennai and he's pursuing his studies there. And he met a friend, and that is a connection between him and his friend. And in between, there comes a trans woman where he finds in the railway station, right, in the train and all. So all other people did not like that woman because they kept aloof from that woman because she was disturbing the travelers. She wanted money and all like that. Okay. And then later on, this Ram came into a close association with this lady and this trans woman, and came across her pathetic condition when she was a young woman or young girl. Okay, and from there she came out with resilience. That is what is being reflected in this text, in this book, novel. Okay, with resilience, with courage, the willingness to live and all. So she says that we also have the right to live in this world with equal opportunities like all others have. Why the people are moving away from us when our community comes into a public or into a crowd? So we also want the rights and all, she said. Okay, so from this only, that is, we know the people who enjoy reading will get some idea about it. Okay, now we know we have got a lot of social medias through which we can propagate all these things, so that, because I am so much interested in this area because my daughter, she took a 3 hours lecture in our college, Pete Memorial Training College, at a webinar. Okay, that is on LGBTQ plus their rights and how this can be addressed. Right, because she studied her that is the medical science in the Philippines, where there are a lot of such people there. Right, and so she wanted to address that, and I thought maybe she is an advocate of that group and all, but she said no, but you have to understand them, right, because it is not due to their fault that they have been like that, right? It is not their fault. So we have to consider all these communities also into not only in the application forms, male, female, transgender, no, we have to address their rights and all in our community. That can be applied only in the education system. So when we talk about the multifaceted perspectives, there are a number of perspectives, out of which 2 perspectives were mentioned by the principal yesterday, right? So I have got more to say on it. For example, the technological perspective. We are living in an AI-driven world. Even though we have got a lot of advancements in technology, there are a lot of what is called dangerous situations also, like cyberbullying, right, and also some other accidents related to technology also. So how this can be addressed to as far as the gender is concerned? We know that the boys, when compared to girls, they will be having more access to such type of, or they know more how to tackle it with. So the girls also should be made aware of it. Because in my study in 2000, that is on science education, my PhD study was on how theory was integrated with the practical as far as science subjects are concerned. And I conducted a study where I compared the boys and the girls. Okay, and there I found out that the boys, when compared to girls, showed more interest in doing experiments in the laboratory. That was a finding which I had, because in those days laboratory was not used in the schools, in secondary schools. Only a few teachers will use the laboratory. But as an experimental study, I showed all these things, all the experiments in the classroom. And so boys were more interested. So there comes again the gender inequality, right in the 2000. So this is being followed. When technology has advanced, we know boys will be more aware of all these things. Why? Because of what reason? That we have to find out the cause why there is a difference. And girls should be given equal opportunities for that. So it is not the concern that girls and boys are different in all these aspects. But whatever opportunities they get, it should be for all the people, not boys, girls alone, for all the community. It may include LGBTQ plus, transgenders, trans women, we know about binary. All these groups have to be included. And also the socio-cultural perspective. We know we are living in a world of different cultures, of different rituals, of different what is called traditions and all. So we have to understand the socio-cultural perspective on how this gender education and these issues are being addressed to. And also, as far as education is concerned, I have already told you that is to what is called develop certain modules that can be included in all the subjects. And also the economic perspective. You speak about the South Asian country. Okay, India is a South Asian country. Bangladesh is also a South Asian country. Okay, so in Bangladesh, what they did was they had a project and they earmarked a lot of amount in the budget for this project, and that project was female literacy program, because they thought that once they educate the woman or the girls, they are educating the family, the society, and the whole culture, right? So they have achieved in that, and Bangladesh, as far as their literacy is concerned, even though it comes up to not up to the standard of the US or any other country, but they have achieved their goal in the female literacy program. And also, as far as the psychological perspective is concerned, we know from the birth itself in a family, there is a difference, right? And that should be removed as far as the parents are concerned, because they can do it very well in the family. And also, lots of strategies can be brought to bring about this gender equality, such as the policy interventions that have been discussed in the presentations and all, and also the community engagement, because we know local engagement with the government organizations or the NGOs are the grassroots level agencies which can bring about a change. And also include all these things, all these ways or strategies in the teacher training program, because that is very important as far as the curriculum revision when it comes to some extent. This has to be included. Then only this the things which they have learned will be implemented in the schools. And also we know about the partnerships with different agencies. That is how the other agencies of the developed countries or outside the countries outside are doing as far as gender issues are concerned. And also there are a lot of challenges. We know challenges are there everywhere. Whenever we bring new things, there will be a lot of challenges, because there is what is called we know the stigma, or what is called we are not ready to change. Okay, maybe because of lot of what is the societal groups are there, the traditional groups are there who are reluctant to change. And also the unequal resource allocation. We know the government is budgeting everything for the transportation, for communication, for education, for the upliftment of many things, right? But not related to gender issues. So resource allocation is very important. And also lack of planning. That is also again a challenge which has to be played, which has to be looked into. And also the digital divide. We know digital divide is a very important thing which we are addressing since the COVID times, right? Because a lot of people, lot of unreached are even unaware of what is happening around. What are the changes that takes place in the digital world? They are unaware. So the divide, that is the gap between those who know and those who do not know, is very big. So the divide is becoming very big. Now I am going to, even though these are the challenges and these are the issues, there is a ray of hope. Ray of hope. That is, for example, in Kerala, what we have done is in the standard 1 Malayalam textbook, they are learning the Aksharam A, right? അവിടെ നമ്മൾ വായിക്കുന്നത് അമ്മ അല്ലേ? അപ്പോൾ അമ്മയുടെ പടം എന്തായിരുന്നു അന്ന് കാണിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നത്? നിങ്ങൾ അതൊരു വലിയ വിവാദമായ ഒരു കാര്യമായിരുന്നു. എന്തായിരുന്നു? അമ്മ കിച്ചണിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത് അല്ലേ? ആ വെച്ച് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന അച്ഛൻ എവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നു? അച്ഛൻ വീടിൻ്റെ സിറ്റ് ഔട്ടിൽ പത്രം വായിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ കുട്ടികളിൽ 1ാം ക്ലാസ് മുതൽ അവർ ഫോം ചെയ്യുന്ന എന്താണ്? ഒരു ഐഡിയ ആണ്, അമ്മ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു വ്യക്തി, ദാറ്റ് പേഴ്സൺ ഷുഡ് വർക്ക് ഇൻ ദ കിച്ചൺ, റൈറ്റ്? അപ്പോൾ അതെടുത്ത് മാറ്റണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ്, നിങ്ങൾ ഓർക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ? ആരൊക്കെ ഓർക്കുന്നു എന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല. ആ ഒരു കോൺസെപ്റ്റ് മാറ്റണം എന്നുള്ളൊരു ഡിസ്കഷൻ വന്നു. അങ്ങനെ അത് മാറ്റി. സോ ദിസ് ഇസ് എ റേ ഓഫ് ഹോപ്പ്, റൈറ്റ്? ഇറ്റ് വിൽ ടേക്ക് സം ഇയേഴ്സ്, 10 വർഷം എടുത്ത് കാണും അത് മാറ്റാൻ. അപ്പം നമുക്കറിയാം അങ്ങനെ ഓരോ കാര്യങ്ങൾ മാറ്റി വരുമ്പോൾ 150 നമ്മളൊന്നും ജീവിച്ചിരിപ്പില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അല്ല, ഈ മാറ്റം വന്നോ ഇല്ലയോ എന്ന് കാണാൻ നമ്മളില്ല. എങ്കിൽ പോലും we can, there is a ray of hope. And also general neutral uniforms are there, right? General neutral uniforms were made or put into practice but not in its fullest sense. ആണോ? ഇല്ല. ഇപ്പോഴും സ്കേർട്ടും ഷർട്ടും ഇട്ടുകൊണ്ട് നടക്കുന്ന എത്രയോ സ്കൂൾസ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ചുറ്റും മാവേലിക്കര മേഖലയിൽ തന്നെ ഒരുപാടുണ്ട്. അത് മാറ്റിയിട്ടില്ല. എങ്കിൽ പോലും ഞങ്ങളുടെ അടുത്തുള്ള സ്കൂളിൽ മാറ്റിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. പാൻറ്റും അതിൻ്റെ മുകളിൽ ഒരു ഷർട്ടും അതിൻ്റെ മുകളിൽ ഒരു ഓവർകോട്ടും ഫോർ ദി ഗേൾസ്, റൈറ്റ്? അപ്പം അങ്ങനെ മാറ്റിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ജനറൽ ന്യൂട്രൽ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് മാറാൻ ഒരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് ഇപ്പോഴും ഉണ്ട്. ബട്ട് that is a one step ahead, right? It is a ray of hope. So what is happening in Rajasthan? Rajasthan also is a very strong big state, and also they are giving importance to daughters education. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ആ ഒരു പ്രോജക്റ്റിന് ഡോട്ടേഴ്സ് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഗേൾസിന് അവിടെ പണ്ട് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഇല്ലായിരുന്നു എന്ന് വേണമെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ഊഹിക്കാം. അതിനെ എന്ത് ചെയ്തു? കുറച്ച് അപ്ലിഫ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് വന്നു. സോ ഐ ആം ഗോയിങ് ടു ഗിവ് യു 4 slogans which you will have to repeat after me, right? 4 സ്ലോഗനാണ്. നമ്മൾ പ്ലെഡ്ജ് ഒക്കെ പറയുന്ന പോലെ 4 സ്ലോഗൻ. വൺ ഇസ്, ഓക്കെ, ആർ യു റെഡി? ആസ് എഡ്യൂക്കേറ്റേഴ്സ് പറഞ്ഞോ. ആസ് ടു ടീച്ച് ഇൻക്ലൂസിവിറ്റി. ഓക്കെ. ആസ് പേരൻസ് ടു to nurture without bias. Okay. As policy makers, to frame equitable laws. As students, to question stereotypes and embrace diversity. അപ്പോൾ ഈ 4 സ്ലോഗൻ ഓർത്ത് വെക്കുക. നിങ്ങൾ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ആണ്, ഭാവിയിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് ആകും, എഡ്യൂക്കേറ്റേഴ്സ് ആകും, പോളിസി മേക്കേഴ്സ് ആകും, പേരൻസ് ആകും, അല്ലേ? അപ്പോൾ ഈ സ്ലോഗൻ ഓർത്ത് വെക്കുക. ആൻഡ് ഓൾസോ it is so, gender education in its summarization is not just knowledge. ഇത് വെറും അക്കാഡമിക് പെർസ്യൂട്ട് അല്ല എന്ന് ഞാൻ ആദ്യമേ പറഞ്ഞു. It is not just acquiring knowledge about it, but putting into practice or putting into action or also transforming the society. So it is something that is creating a society where every individual, irrespective of gender, has the freedom to dream. എല്ലാവർക്കും സ്വപ്നം കാണാനുള്ള അവകാശമുണ്ട്, അല്ലേ? Has the freedom to dream, right to learn and power to thrive. ഈ ലോകത്തിൽ ത്രൈവ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള അവകാശവും സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യവും എല്ലാവർക്കുമുണ്ട്. എല്ലാവർക്കും മീൻസ് all the community which I have discussed here. Okay, so let it be our motto, let it be our pledge, let it be our slogan. So keep these things in your mind and let it be a spark for your future times till we meet in the next gender education seminar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mariamma ma'am, for that profound valedictory message that will remain etched in our hearts as we continue our mission of inclusive education.
Now, to reflect upon this 2-day international seminar, I invite Ms. Achmi J.S. of Baselius Marthoma Matthew II College of Teacher Education, Kottarakara.
Good afternoon all. Respected principal, dignitaries, esteemed delegates, scholars. First of all, let me thank the coordinators of this program for giving me an opportunity to deliver the reflection of the 2 days international seminar. We have witnessed a rich exchange of ideas, perspectives and experience on the critical theme of gender education and the vital mission of reaching the unreached. The deliberations have not only deepened our understanding of the multifaceted nature of gender, but have also highlighted the urgent need to break barriers and expand access to inclusive, equitable and transformative education. This seminar stands as a testament to the power of academic dialogue and collective commitment. It has brought together voices from across disciplines and borders, fostering collaboration and inspiring new pathways for advocacy, research and action. This seminar was stand as a beacon of hope for inclusive and gender-just education. As we return to our respective fields and communities, we may carry forward the insights gained here, continue with conversation, and work with renewed purpose to ensure that no one is left behind the journey toward inclusive education. Thank you.
Thank you, Achmi, for speculating your ideas. Now I invite Anupama A.S., first year B.Ed student of Titus II College, to share her reflection.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, teachers and students. A warm good evening to all. It is a privilege to share a few reflections on behalf of the students at the conclusion of the two-day International Multidisciplinary Seminar on Multifaceted Perspectives on Gender Education Reaching the Unreached, organized by Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla, in collaboration with CEAM and CTEF. What made the seminar truly meaningful for us was not only the academic richness, but also the variety of voices and perspectives we heard on gender. We came to understand that gender education is not only a single subject, it is about creating awareness, breaking barriers, and reaching out those who are unheard or unseen. These 2 days have inspired us to see ourselves not just as learners, but as future change makers. The knowledge was gained here should be visible in our actions, our attitudes, and in the way we treat others. Let us carry forward these lessons and work together to create a society where equality and inclusivity are not just ideals but realities. Thank you.
Thank you, Anupama, for your profound reflections. Now, as we approach the conclusion of our seminar, it's time to express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made this academic gathering possible. We invite Ms. Sona Anna Joseph, our student coordinator, to present the vote of thanks.
Ms. Sona Anna Joseph, along with Mr. Vijay Deepu, have been actively involved in coordinating various aspects of the seminar, and a vote of thanks will acknowledge all those who contributed to making this event a tremendous success. Now, we have the pleasure of inviting Ms. Sona Anna Joseph to deliver the vote of thanks and formally conclude our program.
Respected Principal Dr. Nimi Maria Uman, Academic Coordinators Dr. Betsy Josephi and Dr. Pramod Thomas George, Faculty Seminar Coordinators Dr. Suramya Mathai and Pramod Sir, Program Convener of CTF and HOD of the MA Department, Professor Dr. Mariama Matthew, and all other dignitaries on the stage. A warm good evening to one and all. It's my great privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for this valedictory session. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our respected principal, Nimi ma'am, for her valuable guidance, encouragement, and constant support in making this seminar a grand success. A special word of thanks to CEAM and CTEF for collaborating with us, Titus II Teachers College, Thiruvalla, in organizing this international seminar. My sincere appreciation goes to Professor Dr. Mariama Matthew ma'am, the program convener of CTF, for her commitment in leading this event to success. I also take this opportunity to thank our dedicated faculty seminar coordinators, Suramya ma'am and Pramod sir, for their valuable guidance and tireless effort, constant support throughout this seminar. Equal appreciation goes to our academic coordinators, all chairpersons of online and offline sessions of these 2 days of our international seminar for their effort in ensuring the seminar in a smooth conduct. I take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to all the participants and presenters whose contribution made the seminar a success. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the teachers and students for the tireless and selfless effort who efficiently managed the various committees like Shanli ma'am and Deepa ma'am for the paper presentation committee, Betsy ma'am and Neelima ma'am for the program committee, Anu ma'am and Tushara ma'am for the registration committee, Agil sir and our dedicated office staff and the concerned students for the registration committee. Once again, my heartfelt thanks to all our B.Ed and MA teachers, students, office and administrative wing for the dedication and support in ensuring the smooth conduct of this event. I express my gratitude to the college chairman, Mr. Arun Sedu, and college union for their cooperation in organizing this seminar.
I would especially like to thank student coordinator Mr. Deebu for his dedication and collaborative spirit in organizing this event alongside me. A special thanks to Ms. Shini Elvin Phillip, our first year B.Ed student, for designing such a creative and eye-catching flyer for this event. Heartfelt thanks to the anchoring team, Jodhis and Anna, our first year B.Ed students, for their wonderful coordination, and Achmi Jayas and Anubama for sharing your valuable reflections. And Mr. Rohan John for managing the live streaming sessions so efficiently. I also like to thank Nidin, our first year B.Ed student, for ensuring perfect and seamless sound arrangements for this event. Thank you all once again for your presence, support, and contributions that made this international seminar a grand success.
Thank you, Ms. Sona, for that heartfelt vote of thanks that beautifully acknowledged everyone's contributions.
As we conclude this memorable international seminar, let us stand together in unity and sing our national anthem. Please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
As we bid farewell to this enriching experience, let us remember that our journey toward gender equality in education has just begun. The real work starts now in our classrooms, our institutions, and our communities.
Thank you all, and may the ideals of gender equality in education continue to guide us all. Thank you.